welcome everyone to the Dr. Greg Show, December 15th, 2025. One more time. Nice to see you. Hope everything's going well. What a day, guys. What are your thoughts on the COVID shot? Safe and effective, my friend. Definitely get it. It is a good thing to have. Make sure that you are getting your COVID and flu boosters in order to keep yourself and your family protected. Every single time. Every single year. It's worth it. Absolutely, it's worth it. Hope your day's going well. There you go, Ducray. Yeah, there you go. Why? There you can have my. You can have this. You have my. You have my degree. You can just. You won. You've won. All right, guys. You've bedazzled your lab goggles. I can't wear them actually in my lab, but I think I might. I ever made a social media for that lab stuff. Okay. All right, I like it. I like it. For you, Diamond. For you, Diamond. Here you go. Here we go. Boom. Boom. What's up, guys? Should I wear my lab glasses tonight? Is that what we're doing? Just Here we go. Little lab glasses and Santa hat. Boom. There you go. There you go. Thank you. They make your eye. No, they make your eyes so big. What are you talking about? What big eyes you have? What big eyes you have? See, they have the shields on the side, so they're actually good. Stoggles.com. They are incredible. This is not a referral, ladies and gentlemen. This is Stoggles. You can. They're really cheap for lab glasses. They're incredibly affordable. Really good to have. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we had a show last night. Boy, did we have a show last night. We had some call-ins that were awesome, and I love it. I love when people want to participate and have some questions. There was a lot going on, right? We had a lot of breaking news. But we were just talking about politics in general, and that was good. I liked it. Diamond, yeah, he's a regular. He is a regular around here. He absolutely does. Look, I think it's okay. It's good. I'm happy that MAGA and that Republicans come in here. Genuinely. I was reading my YouTube chat. Unfortunately, I didn't have it hooked up. They were very mad that we were talking to MAGA, but genuinely, Clownvis. I don't know what Clownvis is. Go check him out. Go check Clownvis out. There's always the YouTube archive, Miss Cake. You're good. Yeah. Am I the only streamer that's going to say that? Am I the only streamer that's going to say that? Because I'm confident we are doing something that nobody else does in the world. Clown Elvis. Oh, wow. Wow. You're legitimately doing something that is completely new, original. Ladies and gentlemen, we are bringing political organizing to TikTok. Not just talking about politics, making actions about politics, making a difference in politics. That's what we do here. That's why we're different, okay? That's why we are what we are. Isn't that amazing? I think it's fun. Explain how a man can give birth. Yeah. So when the male seahorse gives birth to the embryonic little seahorses, they come out of his stomach, and that is a birthing event by a male. So there you go. Boom. I mean, you didn't think that like trans people were like a liberal convention and a liberal invention, right? You didn't think that was something that we invented, humans did? Obviously not. Right? Or when clownfish, and they go, the biggest one, actually, the biggest male after the female leaves will actually become the female and then become the brooding female for that anemone. So that male becomes a trans woman and gives birth to all the little clownfish. So there you go. There's 2 examples, bud. Is that okay? Do you want to keep going, or did you already leave? Looks like you left. Dang, every time, guys. Every time. Next one. Anyway, I wanted him to stay because we were going to be covering the civil war that's happening within the right wing. The Republican Party is imploding because they are failing all across the board and they can't deal with it. So they're fighting out amongst themselves. They are within themselves and dismantling their entire party. It's pretty incredible. Is a great book called Evolution's Rainbow with so many examples. Yeah. Like when giraffes will live in groups of males and only have intercourse with those giraffes for their entire lives. Very rarely do they actually encounter a female, but they have to practice, right? And they have to do the deed, so to speak, right? And yet, here we are. It happens a lot. Hey, Marissa, how's it going? Hope you guys are doing good. Sweet, MCP. I love that. Yeah, we can, hopefully. I think we can bring back belief in actual science. We can definitely do that. We can spearhead that. That's what we're trying to do. Yeah. Most non-human primates are the same way. Yeah, I think, hey, Kathleen, welcome in. Yeah, I think that's the big thing, man, is that just realizing that humans are animals too, right? You're a nurse. That's awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you for what you do. We appreciate public health workers a lot here. My wife's a nurse. My mother was a nurse. And we appreciate and recognize the service that you are giving our communities, and we thank you, genuinely. Had a family tell me not to give hospice patient Tylenol because they didn't want to get autism at hospice. Wow. That's not, yeah, usually I wouldn't, that's a lot. That's very, that's just cruel. That is very cruel. Very sad that these people truly lack the ability to decipher factual info. Yeah, I think that they, unfortunately get, fed a lot of stuff. They're manipulated, and we have to look out for everyone, genuinely. A big uptick in flu outbreak in Ontario. 3 kids unalive this week. Oh no. Yeah, that is something that's happening a lot. This flu is really bad. It was bad in Australia. It's bad in the UK. It's bad in Japan. And that's usually a really bad way. Bullfrog, way better options than Tylenol. Okay, do tell. Let us know. What is it, like rosemary? Rosemary diluted 1 to 1,000,000? Is that what's going on? Or are you talking about actual medicine? Because there's 2 ways that this conversation could go. There's 2 ways. All right. Yeah, tincture. Exactly. I mean, Cher, you can't just do straight rosemary because that you actually give it more power the more you dilute it. Every time you dilute it, you actually make it more powerful. How does a medical doctor not know how to deal with respiratory infections? I'm pretty sure we do. That's why people with COVID have not been perishing as much. I think that's the whole idea. So, but you can come up if you want to chat, dude. I mean, I'm totally open. Yeah, exactly. I don't, there's, like, why wouldn't you use something? You just said 3 people died of the flu. Yeah. Yeah, you realize that was like, you realize that the RFK's CDC recommended everyone get a flu booster above 6 months old, right? You realize that, right? Did you know that? You didn't know that. Yeah, that's news to you right now. You're thinking I'm making it up right now. But that is actually what's happening, because there's people that are, and it's particularly young, healthy kids, and they are being affected by this year's flu more than average. So even RFK agrees with it. Okay, Bullfrog, cool. Welcome, dude. How's it going?
Not bad. What's up?
Not much. Not much. What's going on?
So where did you said a what booster? A flu booster?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, flu shot.
Where'd you hear that? Where did you hear that?
The CDC, RFK CDC. They recommend it for all people 6 months and above.
To get a flu booster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you have that somewhere?
Sure, we can look it up. Yeah. CDC recommends flu shots everyone 6 months and above. Yes, the CDC recommends that everyone 6 months of age and above get the annual flu vaccination to protect against the influenza.
You're saying RFK Jr. said that?
Well, it's RFK's CDC.
Oh, it was his CDC.
Yeah.
You said that RFK Jr. said that.
Yeah.
So RFK Jr. never said that.
Yeah, of course he does. Wait, what? What are you talking about?
RFK Jr. never said that. You said the CDC said that.
I said RFK's CDC. Yeah.
No, you said RFK Jr. said that. That's what you said at first.
I said RFK's CDC.
You never said it. It's no big deal. But I guess my question to you, I was asking earlier about respiratory. What was so confusing about when COVID happened? What was the struggle? Why did y'all have such a hard time with it? It's a respiratory infection. What was so confusing to you about it? I mean, why did people struggle with? Why couldn't they go to a doctor like you guys and get good information? Why did y'all not know how to deal with it?
Okay, I'm a scientist, not a physician, but yeah, I mean, we had sequencing for it, and we knew that it was a novel coronavirus, so that it was a brand new one that we didn't have antibodies for. And basically,
there were antibodies for it. It's a respiratory infection. Anybody that knows anything about human biology.
No, it's not correct.
Yeah, it is. You wouldn't know that because you wouldn't know that.
No,
but anybody that studied what you probably studied, you wouldn't have a clue how to deal with the respiratory infection.
No.
Right. You don't.
Do you know?
You don't have a clue.
Do you know what a novel coronavirus is?
I don't care what it is.
Okay, well then that's a good thing. That's a very important piece of information.
You don't need to know what it is.
How would you?
Do you know what a respiratory infection is?
So do you think that viruses cause disease?
Do you know what a respiratory infection is?
Do you think that?
Do you even know what that is?
Do you think that viruses cause disease?
Do you even know what it attacks? Do you know what a respiratory infection attacks?
Do you understand?
Do you know what it actually is going after?
Do you think that viruses cause disease? Are you okay? Are you crashing out right now, in front of your kid?
Do you know what a respiratory infection is?
Are you yelling at your phone in front of your kid?
Well, here's the thing.
You're just yelling unhinged things in front of your kid? Is this embarrassing to you? This is very embarrassing.
Yeah, it's people like you is why people died.
No,
it's people like you.
No, it's people like you.
And it was people like me who saved a lot of people's lives because we know what we're talking about.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
It's really sad if you spent any time.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
It's really sad if you spent any time in college.
You don't even know what a novel coronavirus is.
You still don't even know what a respiratory infection is.
You don't even
know how to deal with the respiratory infection.
You don't think that
I do.
You don't think that viruses cause disease?
And I can help people, and you can't.
You don't
and
help anyone.
And that's what's sad.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not sad at all.
It is sad that you guys killed so many people with your lies.
No, we didn't.
And your uneducated vision.
No, we didn't.
And not knowing what a respiratory infection is.
You don't even understand what a novel coronavirus is. You don't even know what a novel coronavirus is.
I don't need to know what it is.
Yes, it is. That's because that's what's causing disease. That's what's causing.
I don't need to know what it is. Shut up. Bullfrog, are you new here? Bullfrog, are you new here?
Do you know who you're talking to, you dimwit?
I'm talking to a guy that doesn't even know what a respiratory infection is.
You don't even think viruses cause disease.
Of course he knows what a respiratory infection is, you dimwit.
He doesn't even know how to deal with it. He doesn't even know what to do with it. He doesn't even know how to help people with it. He doesn't even know what it is.
You
That's
don't
why
even
we
know
had
what
so
even
many
talking
problems.
about?
It's people like you is why we had so many
What are
problems
you
during
even
COVID.
talking
It's
about,
people like
Bullfrog?
it's people just like toting out the bullshit. You better mute me. Right.
Yeah, this is
All right.
Bullfrog, you're crashing out, man.
All right. Good. All right. Good luck.
Give it a rest. Just put the Franzia down, man. Just give it a rest for a second, okay? Just take a deep breath, okay?
You all right,
Count to
man?
10.
You all right, dude? You all
You're,
right?
you're crashing out. It's okay. You're
Just
crashing
it's
out.
right in front of your kid
Just
too. It's very
relax.
embarrassing for you.
I
It's
know.
very
My
embarrassing.
family didn't struggle
You obviously
I
are
struggle with it.
struggling right
Bullfrog?
now. You're struggling
because
right
I
now
know
with
what I
it.
was doing and you didn't.
You're obviously
Bullfrog,
struggling
My
with it
family
right
didn't
now.
struggle with it.
You are struggling
Your
with it.
family probably did.
Your
I can hear the
family is
overweight-
struggling with it right now, just like you're struggling
No,
with this
it's not.
conversation.
No.
You're yelling at your phone in front of your
You
kid.
don't have the
You
foggy.
don't understand what's going
The
on.
problem is you don't know what
Well,
Okay.
you don't
I
know
couldn't
what you're
hear you.
doing,
I can't.
I think I
can't-
know how to
you're
fix
spreading
this,
this-
Greg.
What's up?
and you're the
I
reason
think
why
I know
people.
what we need to do.
What's up?
You're the reason why people.
Oh, beautiful,
I know you
for
guys think that-
spacious skies, for
Why do y'all think that-
amber waves of grain, for purple mountains' majesty above the fruited plain.
No, that's a crash out.
America, America, God shed his grace on thee and taught thy scientists how to sequence genes. And that's what Dr. Greg knows how to do.
Bullfrog,
Yeah,
do
you
you,
No,
do you
shut
think
up,
that
Bullfrog, and listen for a minute.
do you think that
turd.
viruses
You
cause
killed
disease?
people,
we
Dr.
didn't.
Greg. You killed people
No, I
because you
didn't.
don't know what you're doing.
I'm not a.
That's what's
no,
sad.
you don't even understand. You don't
You,
even.
I've
you
asked
don't-
you simple questions as a
Bro,
scientist, and you don't even know how to answer it.
Bro,
You're
bro,
the reason
do
why
you-
people
do you
die.
think that
It's
viruses
sad,
cause
and
disease?
y'all are on here laughing
Do you
about
think that viruses cause disease?
which makes it even
Do
sadder.
you, do you think that viruses cause disease? Yes or no? No, he doesn't. He doesn't think that. And that's there you go. That's the problem. That's the problem, guys. That's the embarrassment part for them. You know, they can't answer the most simple questions. You know, and it's just it's absolutely embarrassing that these people continue. They don't even know what a coronavirus is, what a novel coronavirus is. I mean, it's wild to me.
So I don't know if you've heard about these fogs we're
Mhm.
having in LA.
It's very foggy
It's
here
just
too.
foggy.
Yeah.
It's just foggy. But all over social media,
hmm
people are claiming that it's like chemtrails and that we're being fogged with poison.
Oh my gosh, I did not know about that. Are you serious?
Some woman on my Nextdoor app posted about it, and I just nearly bit her head off.
Oh my gosh, how embarrassing.
But I
not-
kind of took your tactic, honestly, Dr. Greg, when you
Uh-huh.
say to people if they don't vaccinate their children, they're abusing them. I'm
Mhm.
thinking about that, and I'm like, when you perpetuate conspiracy theories, that's an abuse. That's an abuse on me personally,
Yeah.
and everyone else around too.
Like, why is it okay? Like, so it's not okay that someone spits on you. That's assault. But they can spit viral loads onto your face, and that's supposed to be okay. Like, I don't understand that.
Right.
Like, that doesn't make any sense. The idea that like they can just spew all this disease, you know, causing virus onto you, and you know, freely nilly when it's a crime to actually spit on you. It's the same
Right?
thing. I would actually much rather get spit on in the face than like have an unvaccinated person in the room
know,
with me.
Honestly,
For
at
real.
least if you get spit on you, you know what to wipe off, right?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, you know where to clean yourself. But that's the thing about floating respiratory viruses that cause respiratory infections
Exactly.
and bacteria that cause respiratory infections is
trying
they
to figure
get
out what happened
stirred
on
up
that day,
into
and
the
that's what
air and you end up breathing them.
Exactly. For
That's
hours.
the deal.
For hours.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I mean, it depends on what virus or what bacteria. Yeah, but
Mhm. Exactly. It's very crazy. So, Well,
But then, I don't know. I was in a live about a half an hour ago, and some
Mhm.
woman started to go on about all the people who died from the jab, and I almost, but I mean, I'm just like, that's a lie. Stop saying that lie. That is an anti-vax lie, and I just could
Yeah,
not stop.
it's
I had to mute myself and leave
uh,
because I just can't take it anymore.
yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, I think I don't know. It's really really interesting. I don't know. I I don't think like that guy. The guy. It's really interesting to me that he conflated scientists with physician, and they don't really know the difference. And I think that this is actually genuinely a big point of contention that we have not really talked about as a society. That I think that I don't know. I want to say this in the most respectful
Yeah.
way possible. That like physicians aren't scientists. Like they aren't
Well, they're
going
not
in.
like running experiments,
Exactly.
except in the
Exactly.
most casual
They're not
way.
they're not going in with patients and being like, "Hey, okay, I know what the best course of action for you is, but you're the negative control, and I'm not going to do that for you." Like, you know what I mean? They're always going with what the best course of action that they do. They practice medicine, right? But they're not running experiments themselves. And I think that, like, especially that guy right there, like, I think that he thinks that physicians are scientists and that they're going in and they're experimenting on people, which would be absolutely like unethical. You know, you have to
Right.
do that within the course of a trial that you sign up for, that you have consent on, that like but you when you go to your physician, they're not like creating new knowledge on like, hey, let's try to see if this thing will work. You know? Like let's try this.
Right.
You know,
Right.
and
I
it's like
mean, that's
it's
not to say that your frontline medical personnel do not play a vital role in the scientific process of developing medicine. They do.
yeah, of
But
course.
it's not like they're the ones sitting there with the dang petri dish.
Yeah,
It's a
exactly.
different they have a different role in the science of medicine and health.
They're using science to instruct what they do, but they themselves are not running the experiments every day in their
Right.
and they're like,
Right.
and I think that I'm that's not to like denigrate physicians, but it's just to say like the role in this isn't to conduct the experiments when you're going to them. And I think that that's a good thing. I think that's like but I think that it's misconstrued, and I think that what's happening is that people genuinely don't understand that, and they do think that like they're trying new things out, figuring out maybe they're following the best practice, maybe things are evolving in their field, maybe they've gone to a class or they've gone to a seminar and they've been instructed what the best course of evidence is going forward. This is how we're going to do this, you know, that way. The science, they've done the studies, which is separate, right? And now they're using that study
Right.
data and that knowledge and that mechanism that they've understood now, and now they're applying that to what you're doing. And it's like it's two
Yeah.
separate processes.
Exactly. And I think that people don't understand how and where the processes are linked and where they're not linked. Like
Mhm.
this idea, first, like this idea that that like Pfizer like is giving payola to just like individual doctors for
I know.
whatever.
That's crazy.
No, that's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
it's
First of all, the vaccines are practically a loss leader for
it's true.
the for
It's
these
100%
drug
true.
companies.
It's
They
such a low
almost
profit.
totally are.
Exactly.
It
It's true.
everything pretty much what they make on vaccines, unless it's like some designer fancy effing thing, is that they just make their costs back for manufacturing it really quickly because we usually need a whole lot fast,
Mhm.
and getting it out there quickly,
Yeah.
and then whatever and what's in a vaccine, like like nearly nothing is in a vaccine. It's not like vaccines contain all this
Yeah.
material. It's
Yeah,
It's tiny
it,
in a
and,
vaccine, but but people like the gravity of it, it's just so hard for people to get any part of the scientific process because people have just been so bamboozled and
yeah,
nobody thinks and nobody learned anything since they left high school if they're lucky.
I know it's crazy. Um, yeah, MCP, exactly right. They don't care where you get the vaccine as long as you get that. There is no kickback. Exactly. Like you're at CVS, you're at Rite Aid, you're at the pharmacy getting a vaccine. You're not even connected at all, obviously, right? And it's just
Yeah,
so
I mean,
it's exhausting.
you're getting a vaccine from an hour. Usually, you're getting a vaccine from an hourly employee who's getting paid hourly, and if they were lucky, their employer did something nice for them because of what a total whack in the face COVID has been for every healthcare worker.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like pharmacists, everyone from pharmacists to pharmacy techs to people working in morgues to morticians are burning out because of how many problems there have been dealing with idiot people and vaccine hesitants.
Yeah, it's true.
And they're so mad, and I'm mad for them.
We came up with the vaccine quick because the pharma companies and scientists share their data. Yeah, Hazel, it was actually China. China was really cooperative with the WHO and shared all their sequencing data and all their sampling that they found from the Huanan market. They had let WHO samplers and Chinese scientists go in there, and they took samples. That's where all that data comes from. So they were actually very open, and they was a kind of a national disgrace for them.
They were open after they got caught not being open. I mean, I don't have any hesitance in saying at first they were not being straight, but there were immunologists that were working in the area that were saying, hey, don't listen to what the state of China is saying. Listen to what we're saying. There is this novel virus. It is showing that is extremely contagious. It's it has a very high mortality rate, and people who get it are staying sick forever and not feeling better, and all these weird symptoms.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's literally, if you were reading epidemiological journals in 2019, you already knew about COVID-19 when they named it. That's why it's called COVID-19. So why didn't Americans know about it until 2020? Because we don't care. We don't pay attention. We don't put that stuff on our news until it's too late. Our dumb Fox News is not going to look in epidemiological journals to look at possible pandemics about to hit us. They're not that smart.
Not for kids. Why did they force to take it? They didn't. The Guacamole Kid. They didn't. They did. It was for healthcare workers and people in the military. So I mean, those are two groups that for public health reasons, people should be forced to vaccinate in order to, because that's where sick people are going. So the idea that you could actually get disease from the pandemic, during the pandemic, from the place where other people are going that are susceptible. Maybe they're going for their cancer treatments. Maybe they're going for a bunch of other things. So, the idea that that you could, they should absolutely, within a healthcare setting, be fully vaccinated. And I think that they should continue to mask, personally. But that they didn't take anyone in Illinois to take it. No, it's Biden tried to do it with some federal workers or something, and that was blocked by the Supreme Court, and that never went through. So that just didn't happen. Again, it's people have this rose-tinted glasses that they think that the entire country shut down for 2 years, and that all this stuff happened. There's horrible effects of COVID, and that is what's actually being prevented. So that's just the truth.
Well, and the thing is that they're really, even the countries that handled this the best, it still sucked eggs. Nobody had a good time going through the lockdowns or
Yeah,
whatever you want to
yeah,
call them.
yeah.
It's not like, we all get it. It wasn't fun. But you know what made it all so much worse is that you watched our government engage in a total chuckle fuck crazy bamboozlement.
Yeah, disinformation
It was
campaign.
like watching a dang freaking like a Keystone Cops movie where they're all just whacking on each other. It just
Mhm.
made no sense.
Yeah.
And it drove people crazy because there were so many people that just literally didn't understand anything about viruses or vaccines that really needed trustworthy people to just keep repeating the same message instead of Trump going, well, I don't know, maybe we could just put a disinfectant in there, maybe ivermectin. And it's like, he could have, if he had said nothing, it would have been better.
Yeah, 100%. He contributed to vaccine hesitancy and the idea that it wasn't an actual pandemic. And then when we did, do the suggested slowdown or the 2 weeks to stop the spread thing, it wasn't enough. It wasn't effective. The GPS data we know that people weren't actually staying home. So anyway, so I'm wrestling the show back. Thank you for calling, Bob. Thank you for we're actually not gonna.
Okay,
I wanted to watch this for two days, so we're going back to this.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you for enjoying my rant.
All right,
This has
thank
been
you.
my TED Talk.
I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we did. Well, I wanted to cover this last night and we didn't get to do it because hey, the Republican Party is imploding right now, guys. So we need to cover that. We need to talk about that, and we need to be informed of what's going on and how they are imploding right now. So we need to talk about it. I tried to talk about it yesterday, and we got into like a quasi panel. But tonight, on this small planet, we're gonna rock civilization by talking about how the right wing is imploding because of the Charlie Kirk and the aftermath of all that kind of stuff. Yeah, thank you, Call Me Bob. Thank you, friend of the show, guys. Thank you, Call Me Bob. Appreciate you. So basically, the right is imploding right now in terms of how much they allow Nick Fuentes, hey, open mind, thank you, into the party. Nick Fuentes just absolutely is one of the most detestable viewpoints in terms of ideology. And absolutely. Where did the flu go that year? I mean, it got, again, dude, social distancing and masks helped, reduce the flu spread. Absolutely. We're paying attention to it. Yeah, I'm sorry that hey, guys, the last time, yesterday too, people in chat, they're like, how are you? This is just a psyop. Why are you going to cover this? Guys, every single fracture, every single mean tweet from Democrat to Democrat on Democrat crime is covered relentlessly. News, wall-to-wall news coverage. We have a civil war going on in the right wing, and we can't even talk about this. Are you out of your mind? I'm sorry, dude. I'm gonna cover this. I'm sorry that you're not paying attention to it, that you don't think that it's important, but this is, I'm sorry. So I'm gonna talk about it. It's so interesting to me. I'm sorry that we are not just self-hating liberals here. I'm sorry that we actually want to, learn and be educated about what's going on outside of our own party. So it is a civil war, and it's happening, and this is why it's a civil war. So there you go.
Causing a shift in the political leanings of a generation for the first time in history is now in dire straits. Their leader and founder murdered, and prominent pieces of human trash are trying to destroy it. Candace Owens is a fucking evil scumbag. She is a degenerate.
Damn.
She is burning
Jeez.
everything down. And
Oh,
she's
wait, you're not hearing that? No sound. All right, Roger. I got you. Gotcha. Okay, we'll go back. All we gotta do is go back.
causing a shift in the political leanings of a generation for the first time in history is now in dire straits. Their leader and founder murdered, and prominent pieces of human trash are trying to destroy it. Candace Owens is a fucking evil scumbag. She is a degenerate cunt.
Jeez.
She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you fucking told me? She has no security. She doesn't fucking deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer. And all of these fucking conservatives out there that send me these fucking messages have no fucking balls to call her out. More and more people have started doing it. They send me these fucking messages. Good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not going to take credit for that. But don't fucking DM me.
All right, so
Dude, man. So there you go. Tim Pool, known Russian confidant. The dude literally got paid money per episode to put out and peddle disinformation on his platform. And since that money spigot has run dry, he is in absolute disrepair. Basically, the Tim Pool podcast is going and spiraling downwards because that money spigot's gone, and with the right-wing media sphere is basically having a problem right now. There is exactly, Hazel. Yeah, but $10,000 an episode. Yeah. So why did she just say she has no security? Because basically Tim Pool is alleging that there was actually a firearm event at his house, and because of that, he's had to get security. And while she doesn't have personal security, and he does, so he's basically feigning the victim here, and that's what's actually happening. So again, so this is too lazy to try. He's kind of like a drama YouTuber, and he's basically covered the implosion of the right-wing comedian Joe Rogan sphere, and now he's like dabbling more into this right-wing political civil war. So I just want to, I haven't watched this before, so I'm watching this live with you guys, and I've been wanting to watch it for about a week now, so I'm very excited. No, but why say it aloud if you're inviting people to mess with her? No, he's saying that he's saying that we are the victims. He's victimizing himself there. Yeah, exactly. Open mind. This is a little Jerry Springer that we can watch in on, you know.
ever since Candace Owens left the Daily.
And guys, Candace Owens, by the way, other than Joe Rogan, she is the biggest podcast in the world, largest podcast audience in the world. Pretty sure Joe Rogan's number one, and Candace Owens is number two. Oh wow, she's gone down a lot. I wonder how recent this is. 2025? What year? Oh, May. This is May. This is old. Top podcast charts. I could have sworn she was the number one, the second one. No way. Past Weekend with Theo Vaughn is number 3? No way. That is wild to me. No way. Oh, jeez, man. That is very disconcerting. I could have sworn I'd seen that, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I thought that she was number 2 or number 3. She's the biggest right-wing, specifically right-wing podcast in the world. So
Credit for that, but don't fucking DM me.
All right, so ever since Candace Owens left the Daily Wire, she has been wreaking havoc, and now we finally have somebody completely crashing out over it. Tim Pool recently has been going off on her, which a lot of people are happy about because a lot of people hate what she's doing but are too scared to call her out on it, which is pathetic. You know, that all these people are privately messaging Tim saying they agree with him but won't say anything publicly about Candace. Like, these people need Tim Pool to be the one to try to put Candace in her place, which of course he just gets all emotional and crashes out, but at least he has the balls to go after her. Like, Tim Pool said Turning Point might be in trouble because of Candace. If that's true, how pathetic is that? You know, if they just let Candace destroy their company by insinuating they killed their own CEO, then they deserve to fail. I mean, it's been shockingly easy for Candace to take control of the narrative here, which does kind of prove her point that people around Charlie didn't really care about him because They're letting her destroy his company. It's embarrassing. So Candace might be right about that. These people aren't even putting up a fight. Also, Candace worked for Turning Point early on in her career, so they helped create this monster. And I think now she's the most popular podcaster in the world, and she's been milking Charlie's assassination like crazy. She's probably made...
Dude, she's propagated all of these conspiracies, basically, to say, like, that you know, her and Tucker Carlson have basically really pushed this narrative that, like, there's a lot going on with the Charlie Kirk thing that we don't know about. And just kind of, like, just asking questions and stuff. And it's and it all has to do with how much Israel is involved, basically. So Charlie Kirk, before he died, was kind of, like, siding more with the Trump administration. And the Trump administration is, you know, pro-Israel, obviously. So Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson are anti-Israel because they are anti-Semitic. You know, they are extensively anti-Semitic. It's like, you know, the Schnazi type. So this is the fracture that is happening. This is the civil war, right? So now enter Nick Fuentes, this firebrand that is a real neo-Schnazi, right? And now it's like, oh wait, well, Nick Fuentes is close to Trump, and Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens are anti-Israel. Where is that going to go?
Tens of millions of dollars from it. I think every episode she's done since his death has been about that, and
That's
her theories on
crazy.
it, and
For
what kind
2
of
months?
dreams she's having. She seriously thinks her dreams can tell the future, and that's how she found out Charlie Kirk was betrayed. Apparently, he came into one of her dreams and told her that.
Oh my
which I know
gosh.
it seems like this would be a joke, but she's dead serious about this. She thinks her dreams can actually predict the future, and she uses her dreams and her intuition about Charlie to convince people he was betrayed. And there are millions of people that tune in to listen to this every day. So I got to give Candace credit. She is the greatest bullshit artist of all time. Somehow the most popular right-wing influencer currently is a lady who thinks her dreams can predict the future.
A super vivid dream. I was pregnant. Tends to happen a lot to women when they're pregnant. But in that dream from 2023, my former producer of the show and I were standing in the control room, and she told me that she was 26 weeks pregnant. This is in the dream. And she told me exactly what month the baby was coming. I asked her in the dream, is it a boy? Is it a girl? And she said, it's a boy. I woke up and I immediately texted my producer in real life, and I said, hey, you're pregnant, just so you know, it's a boy. And then she found out that she was pregnant 1 week later. She had no idea when I texted her.
Crazy.
I similarly, like I just
I
said.
mean, like, the coincidence of it. Open mind. Yeah. I've been talking to more Nick Fuentes fans than ever. Yeah, they're open. They're more and more open. Groypers are really good. They call it hiding their power level. So it's a Dragon Ball Z term where you can suppress your fire, your inner energy as a Saiyan. And so they're not detected or whatever, you know, on the power reader or whatever. But now Groypers are just out. They're just out and about, and they are proud, and they've removed the hoods, and here we are, you know, and that's just basically what's happening. And I'm not surprised, Open Mind, that you found more and more Groypers in the wild, because they are kind of like they aren't masking anymore. They are kind of just taking their masks out, and it's terrifying. It's definitely because they're being mainstreamed for the first time, and they've been fighting Turning Point USA since 2016, 2017. What is the U.S. definition of one? Nick Fuentes wants an all-white state, so it's very as neo-Nazi as you can get. It's very, very. He denies everything that happened in World War II. He denies all that stuff. Share kind of, but it's kind of like the World War II type, as opposed to that. Exactly, Kathleen. Trump has normalized all this bigoted behavior. Exactly, 100%. And he's used their influence and their power that Nick has culminated, and Fuentes has culminated to now. Now they're using it, and exactly, Open Mind, and now that's a big thing for him. So he doesn't want women to vote. So he doesn't think they want to take that away. Hey, bare necessity. Exactly, Charity. Yeah, the Groypers are specifically following Nick Fuentes. Yeah.
had a vivid dream this weekend, and Charlie came to me and he told me that he was betrayed. I also felt in the dream
See?
that it is soon going to be revealed, that it's actually
Crazy.
inevitable that it is going to be revealed, that there is nothing and no one that is going to stop the truth from coming out, and it is going to have international
This is wild.
consequences. Women tend to have a stronger intuition.
International consequences. You know what I mean? Once you see the dog whistle, guys, you know what I mean? Once you hear it, it's so obvious, you know, international consequences, you know, it's like, bro, it's just they don't even try to hide it. You know what I mean? They're proud of it.
About people, I would say. We care about whether or not his friends betrayed him, okay? So dreams can give you some sort of intuition, and I certainly think that mine gave me a lot of intuition. Loving
Crazy.
your emails telling me about your dreams. People in Turning Point had dreams. There was one young woman who emailed me and said,
What?
Candace, like, I just have to tell you, the week leading up to this, I had a very vivid dream about so-and-so at the company and 6 snakes that were around him. There's many people
Snakes, like, gosh. Hey, Ducray, yeah.
who dreamed for whatever reason the number 6 was in their dreams in terms of the weapon, whatever it was, it was
Jeez.
6 that was appearing.
Gosh.
And so I'm kind of going by a vibe that there may be 6 people who betrayed him by the end of this, because there was one too many dreams to that effect from
It's
people around
wild,
the world.
dude.
Trust your gut. Don't ignore your dreams. I felt it leading up to Charlie's assassination. I pulled my children out of school. I was having this dreams and visions about
She keeps
bees
talking about it.
and organization that was happening in America. I have a sense of dread that a lot of these events that are happening, these inexplicable events like the Malibu fires, these sort of coastal events.
So maybe everybody just tunes into her show to see how
That's just
crazy
wild,
she is.
dude.
I mean, I wish that was the case, but she actually has a lot of fans, and she's
The intuition, it's just so crazy to me. Like I as a scientist, like, you know, your intuition is just a hypothesis and you have to test that, right? I mean, that's just so crazy. Yeah, open mind. It's the sky lasers. That's what she thinks, you know. Yeah, exactly, Gail. Me too. I can't stand it. Anyone that even proposes something that's untested or just, you know, doing stuff, I have like an innate like revulsion to that. And even in, like, when I'm myself, like when I feel like I know when I'm postulating something, you know, which is a conspiracy, and that's the difference. If I have conspiracies that I hold, and I'll tell you that they are conspiracy. I don't have any data to back them up, but there's a feeling that I have. So I will tell you guys. But yeah, it's crazy to me that people just run on intuition and their gut.
She's causing real problems for people because they don't know how to respond to her. You know, they're
They
hoping
can't.
she'd just go away, but it doesn't seem like she will, and she just keeps doubling down and getting more and more out there. I mean, it's nearly impossible to even keep up with these theories of hers. Like, there are some suspicious things about Charlie's assassination, but Candace just throws so much shit at the wall. It's like, what are we even doing here? Just stick to one theory. I mean, at the end, she said she's had dreams of bees because she also believes there's this underground beekeeper cult that has infiltrated schools. And I think that's why she took her kids out of school.
No
and
way.
then she also thinks this had something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. So
Oh
it's
my
just really
gosh.
hard not to laugh at this shit. I mean, it sounds like she's trying to be funny. Like, she knows
That's
how ridiculous she
crazy.
sounds. But people take her seriously. and-
Beads? Is it beads? The beads cult? What is that?
She's trying to be serious. Also, she always finds a way to tie every significant event into everything else she's been talking about. You know, like Charlie Kirk getting killed. That
Beads? Is it beads?
has something to do with the president of France's wife secretly being a man.
Yes, Brittany.
And it also has something to do with
Yes. Oh, exactly. Brittany has it.
the underground beekeeper cult Candace has been having.
If you haven't watched Arrested Development, you have the night off. Check it out. The first 3 seasons are like probably the best scripted, watched, the best written television. I actually, it goes beyond television. The best written drama comedy that's ever existed. The first 3 seasons are unbelievable. Way to plant, Anne.
dreams about that she thinks is in schools.
Came across
Exactly, Barry. Exactly. Solid as a rock.
what looked to me like a bunch of people talking about bees. You're going, "Okay,
Beads?
what do you, like literally bees?"
Oh.
In a way that's the only way I can describe it. She was like, they were speaking about bees, but they weren't speaking about bees. It was very coded. And I'm
What?
going, am I going crazy? Or do you think that all
Yes.
these people are really actually, quote unquote, bee farmers or saying that they farm bees? What is this lingo that I'm not understanding? I said to my husband, there is some weird underground, it's like I sense like imminent danger is coming. And for some reason, I feel like there is an underground that has emerged at schools and it's like related.
Is she doing this for popularity? She's already so popular, Gail. I have no, she is completely gone like up, like insane. Like she's in popularity. She's so popular now. I can't explain it. I remember her when she first came on the scene. She was a liberal. She was actually coming on, and then she completely changed her track with Trump, and then just went wild into it. Yeah.
To bees. That's what I said. And I messaged multiple people about this. My sister, I think it's a communist underground and I don't know why, but it has something to do with bees. Totally sensible thing to say to your husband. Then came September 10th.
Anyang. Yes, we know your name is effing Anyang. So good.
Obviously, Charlie lost his life. And a few days later, I was told, and I sensed instantly that there was like a hive of people that were involved in this. I just
A
knew it
hive of
happened. I just
people.
went,
A hive.
"Oh
She dropped
my
that. A
goodness."
hive of
And my gut is
people.
telling me that this was the thing, that the dread that I sensed that was coming out of school. And I had no idea. I am not a flag person at all. And then someone told me, and I was astonished, that Utah
hive.
recently, extraordinarily, did modernize their bee flag. I had no idea.
What?
That
Utah?
the Utah state flag
Yeah, oh my
is
gosh.
a hexagonal beehive. So what's happening here?
Dude.
Well, I can tell you my suspicion. I think that this is a program. I don't.
Ellen, yes, she does. I think that she does, like genuinely. She has like delusions of grandeur, like I think maybe like, but she definitely believes what she's saying. Yeah. There's so much buzz.
No, but I know. I don't know, but I know.
So there's a fine line between the
What?
biggest podcaster in the world and a mental patient. I mean, I'm open to hearing different theories, but this is insane. I mean, if people are referring to Candace Owens' gibberish about her dreams to prove Charlie Kirk was betrayed by Turning Point, it's just going to make me want to have to believe the official narrative. I'd take that over whatever the hell this nonsense is. Candace can't even give us even somewhat of a coherent narrative
Like
about this, and she's still dominating the conversation.
It's crazy.
Maybe because she just cranks these out like every day.
Yeah, this is what Erica Kirk has been. Yes, exactly, Cher. And she's saying that the Utah flag being redone was, in regards to that. Yeah, Gail. I mean, she's a broke, but she only thinks that's the case because she doesn't think that Jews should be there, or like on the planet. I mean, like she's like, you know what I mean? She's not like, she's not looking after the Palestinians as much as she just detests and loathes those, because she thinks that those people run the world, kind of thing. She's not right in the brain.
Day, there's a new theory she has, and she always refers to her dreams and her intuition and feelings as evidence. She really acts like she's a psychic. It's hilarious because she'll be like, I had a bad feeling when Charlie was assassinated. It's like, no way. When somebody you knew was shot dead in front of hundreds of people and for the whole world to see with blood pouring out of his neck, Candace had a bad feeling about that. Wow, she must have some good intuition.
I really am going to miss Charlie. And I think when Charlie was assassinated, there was something about it. I knew that this story was going to be dark. Instantly, I knew.
How would it
Only
not?
Candace could
How would it
realize that something like
not?
this was going to be a dark situation. It's so funny.
I'm so glad that she is a political commentator in order to come in here and let us know that You know, that was, I wouldn't have come to that conclusion, Bob. I wouldn't have come to that conclusion, but I'm happy that she told us, you know, let us know.
Also, Russell Brand asked her to explain why people would want to have Charlie killed and who it benefited.
100%, Gail. I'm with you. I'm 100% with you, and I know what you're saying. I 100% with you. I agree, and that's why I am too, and that's what I talk about. And but I'm just giving you context for the context here. You know what I mean? So I agree. I'm with you. Julius, I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you, Bear. Thank you.
And she immediately started talking about her feelings and how she knew this was going to be big. But again, it's like, no shit. When one of the biggest political influencers on the planet gets shot.
Dude, Russell Brand, man. God, Russell Brand is just, he really did the right-wing grift too, didn't he, guys? Like, wow. Remember when he first came on the scene and he was just kind of like this weird, like artsy, like, oh, wow, he just talks really silly. And, you know, he's very, you know, he's just, wow, he's quirky. And then you're like, now he's just all into it, dude. The right-wing grift is so easy, man. It's so easy.
Dead in front of everybody. I think that's a pretty big deal.
Who benefits from Charlie Kirk being killed? Who benefits? Like
Nick Fuentes?
As they say, cui bono? That's the question to always ask. Mm-hmm. And I actually didn't understand how Israel benefits from Charlie Kirk being murdered. I certainly can't see yet how.
See, guys, this is, I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, this is what I'm saying. He was Kathleen, and that's, I mean, that's an indictment on Katy Perry. Let's be honest. Like, that's crazy. That's wild to me.
Like sort of French special forces could, you know. So can you explain that to me? Because I don't understand who benefits from. But I also know that whenever I've seen it, my whole.
Oh my gosh! But he's down. He doesn't understand. You can tell. He's like, I don't understand, but I'm down to push this conspiracy. Like, if you tell me, like, I will believe it. You know, you know what I mean? He is very excited. Oh yeah, isn't that your dude? I mean, come on, Ness. We have so many conspiracy theorists coming out of the U.S. You know, we got to give you guys one. You know what I mean? Please. We'll get. He is, Gail. Yeah, he's very anti-vax. Bear. Oh man, that he is, man. He is completely gone. He's completely washed.
Life. A lone gunman killed RFK, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. I know that's a lie, so I'm open. So what is it?
That's what I'm saying. He's open. He's like, I don't know if there's a conspiracy or not, but if there is a conspiracy, I am open to that being the reason what I think. If you just give me a good sentence here, I will completely validate this worldview. That's what he's saying right now. Oh, Farage is awful. He is awful.
So, look, I can tell you that from the moment that Charlie got shot, and I can't explain it, and maybe it's because Charlie would tell me all the time that he was going to die young, and I showed those messages, and I just knew that this was big. I knew it was big. I didn't have the players. I certainly didn't suspect Turning Point USA would be.
So it's hard to take somebody seriously when their response is, I just had a feeling I can't explain. You know, I'm open to the idea that there's more to the story, but this is just lunacy. Every day she's like, I have groundbreaking info. This is going to be huge. This is going to change everything. And then it's just some crazy bullshit that leads to nothing. Like, also recently, she realized there are a few students wearing maroon shirts during Charlie's assassination.
Oh my gosh,
so of course,
no way.
There's some theory about that. And whenever people mock her for these theories, she takes that as, oh, I must be onto something here. Like, she has no self-awareness at all, and she always thinks she's onto something no matter how ridiculous it is. Because, I mean, she can say whatever she wants. Her followers literally believe she could predict the future, so they'll believe any bullshit from her.
Here we go. We have this young man. This is after the shot. He's wearing maroon. Show you another person here.
Does anyone know the school colors of the? I don't know. I'm just like, what is the school colors? Let's see, real quick. I'm just like, what's the school? 1 second. Let's see. Okay, he was at the Utah Valley. Is it Utah Valley? Utah Valley University. Okay, let's see what the school colors are, guys. School colors. Just real quick. Okay, it's green and white. Okay, it's green and white. Okay, so it's not maroon. But if I was gonna say, the maroon is pretty solid. It's a good color. It's a good color.
Sitting there under the tree after the shot, and he's wearing maroon. Show you another person.
Open mind. I know. That is the thing that absolutely blows my mind. Open mind. Like how conspiratorial these guys get, and you just have the biggest plate served to them of like actual, nearly verified. Like it's just like a soup bowl. Just, you know, they're gobbling up everything that comes out. And then it's just the biggest plate of conspiracy just comes by, and they're just like, nah, I'm okay. I'll let that one pass. And you're like, bro, you guys fell for every single thing. You guys are falling for you're falling for space lasers, but you can't you can't even think that there's anything in these files. Like, give me a break, man. Give me a break. It's just wild to me.
Person here, we're going to come back to this person who is wearing maroon because his dad is going to say something publicly.
That's so good.
3 people, 1 shot, all of them alone, wearing maroon. We're going to come back to the guy at the top there who has the darker hat on, who is wearing maroon. Just like these like strapping young men all wearing maroon. We've got this guy in the bush wearing maroon. I could go on and on. This person
so
how many people were wearing maroon. I even have a video of someone holding a maroon shirt.
She's so brave, guys. I mean, for real. Like, just like doing this investigative journalism, like on air, you know, right here. I mean, this is why the New York Times is not trusted anymore. When you have sleuths on, you know, like an independent investigative journalism like this happen. Like, why would you ever support or read the New York Times when you have this? And you have this going on, you know what I mean? This is what you pay for. And the Daily Caller is like, what, $40 a month? I mean, that's nothing to get the actual unadulterated truth. Come on, why would you need to pay the New York Times for stuff? Yeah.
Okay, so I mentioned that quite casually, and that thing
Stone
happened
out.
where there was an overreaction for no reason online, so I knew that I was on the right track and I should probably keep going.
Also, another one of her
They're
theories
so
was
good.
about these Egyptian planes that were following Charlie around. She claimed an Egyptian plane took off right after Charlie was assassinated, but she didn't understand the time zone difference. She thought UTC time meant Utah time.
No
so
way.
She didn't understand that the plane really took
No.
off hours before Charlie died.
No way.
But she still, of course, found a way to spin it to fit her theory. Also, she keeps leaking personal texts from
There's
Charlie,
no
which
way.
I think is really inappropriate because some of them are really embarrassing. There's this one where Charlie's quoting a Nicki Minaj verse, and he sent this weird emoji and said, "When Nicki's verse drops, I lose my mind." So I don't know if you'd appreciate these messages being public, but Candace just cannot let this man rest. You know, instead she has to reveal all this personal stuff about him.
I mean, the Daily Caller. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of people that it is smaller and smaller. You know what I mean? The Daily Caller is in that because it's Ben Shapiro's thing, and Ben Shapiro supports Israel. So this is he's another fissure that they have. Yeah.
And she also shared another message. Like, she hyped up this show like crazy, and she said she had info that would change everything. So I tuned in. I wanted to see what she had to say. And of course, most of it was just incoherent ramblings about some out there theory of hers. But then again, she dropped another message that Charlie sent her where he was trying to get fashion advice from her.
Charlie going on dates and the girls that he liked, and me always being the wing woman, and him asking. This text message is
He's married.
one of my favorite text messages between me and Charlie when he was getting ready to go on a date, and you know he didn't date many people, and he was just kind of in love with this girl, and he was asking me, should I wear this? And this is the text message. It's so sweet. He said, "Do I have to change this shirt?" And I wrote back, "Yes, and throw it away if you can." Charlie.
And this is months after his death.
That's
I mean,
weird.
I don't know if she'll ever give this up. Like, she somehow always finds a way to drag this on, and she keeps people engaged. You know, that's impressive. So I got to give her credit there. You know, her fans are still totally on board.
I agree with that one person. She's trying to like I have like more of a personal connection to him than Erica, and trying to like get in there as like a, yeah, that is, I feel like that is weird. That is very odd. Like trying to wedge herself in as like the confidant and the person that he went to. That is so weird. Yeah, exactly. It's clear that one of her goals is to inflict pain on the widow. I agree. Yeah.
People engaged, that's impressive. So I got to give her credit there. Her fans are still totally on board with all this madness. And I'm sure she really is affecting Turning Point. Like last week, she said, I can now say with full confidence that I believe Charlie Kirk was betrayed by the leadership of Turning Point USA and some of the very people who eulogized him on stage. And I'm making a personal plea to every well-meaning person who donated to this godforsaken organization to request a refund. So Turning Point and Charlie's friends are probably in shambles. Like these people are getting destroyed by Candace Owens. It's hilarious.
Exactly,
like they're barely even putting up a fight. Some of them are even making things worse. Like this Epstein binder guy, Jack Posobiec. He was close friends with Charlie, and I think he might.
Guys, I just did a video on this guy because he's always on the Piers Morgan podcast. I don't know. His TikTok. I mean, people are big, in different areas of the internet and pockets, but I was like, his like TikTok account isn't that popular. I was very surprised. But anyway, I did a thing. He like retweeted on True Social this thing about ivermectin, where ivermectin is like this cure-all for all this stuff, and that it's been, researched for cancer and all that kind of stuff. And he posts a link to ivermectin that you can buy online. And then guess what? He's partnered with that website, and he has like a promo code, and he makes money off of it. And you're just like, dude, these guys have no shame. It is absolutely wild to me what happens. But man, it's just absolutely, it is cool. I mean, who is he? I mean, I think that he's one of those ones that, that's like, I used to be a Navy SEAL, and now now he's like credible on stuff that now we have to listen to him for the rest of eternity because like he just did a Navy SEAL thing once, I guess, and now he's forever in our politics. It's so R.I.P. Rob Reiner, for real. Thank you for saying that, Julie. I agree.
Might work for Turning Point. So he obviously thinks Tyler Robinson was the person that killed Charlie Kirk. So he tried to prove to Candace Owens fans that Tyler Robinson was the shooter by showing how much he likes guns. So he posted pictures of Tyler Robinson's brother with guns with his face blurred out and acted like it was Tyler Robinson. So he got community noted. So this obviously is not helping at all. It's only making things worse. Also, I think this guy's kind of scared to call out Candace Owens. He never directly mentions her name and instead refers to her and her fans as Tyler Robinsimpers. So this guy is just pathetic. It seems like the only people that are really trying to put Candace in her place are Nick Fuentes, who hated Charlie Kirk, and Tim Pool, who isn't a big fan of Turning Point. And he even seems kind of annoyed with them and Charlie's friends because they've just done such a bad job at trying to defend Charlie and call out Candace. Most of them are too scared to. So Tim just seems fed up with everything. Also, he's always on the verge of crashing out. Like at least a few times every year, he's like, I got nothing to lose. I don't care anymore. I could give all this up tomorrow and live in a van down by the river. So this was a perfect storm here. Candace, she's going completely off the rails. And it's that time of the year for Tim where he starts crashing out and acting like he has nothing to lose.
Charlie spent his life building out these organizations. Candace is doing everything in her power to tear them down. She hates Charlie. She hates what Charlie built, and she wants it to burn. She hates Charlie's family. She hates Charlie's friends. She's accused them of killing him. She's accused his wife of having knowledge of these events. And then she comes out and says, I never said that. Not in the literal sense, but there's literally no other logical conclusion to what you're saying. I'll tell you this, Candace lighting a Molotov and throwing it through the window is not helping. And it's the most demoralizing thing ever. Additionally, all of the fucking cowards on the right who are too scared to say anything about her. because she tweets at me talking shit or whatever, and then a bunch of people come and flood our chat. I could give a single flying fuck. You can come and you can burn everything I have to the ground, and I will happily live in a van down by the river. I don't care to be number one. I don't need to be number one. What I care about is what is true and what will help this country and what works. And she is a fucking scumbag. Okay? And she's getting worse every day. And she crossed the line. She continually crosses the line every day, insinuating that Turning Point literally killed the guy who made them all rich. And I hear this in the streets, and at a certain point, I'm like, holy shit, we're gonna lose the midterms. We're gonna lose the midterms. Then we're gonna lose in 2028, and it's because she's a piece of shit. Because instead of saying, guys, let's come together and figure out how to work together, she says the stupidest, retarded crap, and now everybody's running around divided and broken. For what reason? For literally what reason? Now, guess what? I'm not on the best of terms with Turning Point either. In case you...
Scorned lover, dude. He's like absolutely scorned right now. Julie, I think we're just going to watch this right now. I'm sorry.
Didn't remember.
We got like halfway through this, and then we have another one to watch. I just wanted to get through it.
They didn't
tomorrow though for sure.
Invite us this year, and it's become a big thing or whatever.
So it's like Battle of the Grift.
Yeah, exactly, Charity. It's because of Trump and failing at everything, and them failing at like the state level on over 400 bills and not getting anything passed to actually be affordable or not have or have affordability be literally a punchline, where he thinks that affordability is a made up Democratic term now. It's just wild to me. Like they are absolutely imploding, and they're basically making up reasons why like Trump isn't doing what he says, right? Like if Trump was just doing all of this, that he said that he was going to do, they wouldn't be infighting.
I love it. Like also Turning Point accused Candace of trying to profit off of Charlie's death. So of course she's like, I'm not trying to do that. That's what you guys are trying to do.
These men, okay, this company, these amazing lads over here, have the audacity to accuse me of enriching myself when they were out there selling T-shirts, okay, of what Charlie died in.
Oh my gosh. That's wild. I mean, it's on the Turning Point website. I mean, the fundraising drive to Turning Point right after the event happened was wild. I mean, they are definitely fundraising off of it
to enrich themselves. So were they giving those T-shirts away for free at the Staples Centers? No, they were selling kit of what Charlie died in to the tune of $80 million+ that they made in the first 3 weeks. Okay, they made their entire budget
$80 million
for the year in the first couple of weeks following.
Wait, 80? Whoa. Turning Points USA has an $80 million annual budget? What? What? 80 million?
Charlie's assassination, and they are attacking me with zero proof that I made a single dollar off of Charlie's assassination. I did not sell a cup. I did not sell a mug.
And Turning Point finally did agree to talk to her, which she had been begging for. And she's like, anytime, any place, I'm ready to go. Then they gave her a time and place, and she's like, whoa, that's the week before Christmas. Come on, I can't make it.
We would sincerely welcome her participation in that live stream at our studio here in Phoenix. At this point, we believe the ball is back in her court.
So I accept it with whistles and bells, everything. I fully accept. You can pick the place, you can pick the time at 4 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. local time on Monday, December 15th from Charlie's Phoenix studio. Our offer from yesterday holds. If Candace wishes to join us in person in Phoenix, you can pick the place, you can pick the time. Obviously, leading up to Christmas, that's the last week of our show. Obviously, it's a pretty busy week. You can pick the place, you can pick the time, but no, they need to have it in person in Phoenix on December 15th, or they cannot have me at all.
So
yeah, that's his thing, Amy. His thing is like, this guy's too lazy to try on YouTube, and his thing, he doesn't show his face, but he constantly has like different phases of George Costanza like up there. He's kind of like the moniker of like the avatar of the guy. Yeah.
She talks about this nonstop for months. You know, it's like the most important thing in the world to her, and she thinks it's weird. Nobody will talk to her about it. And now she finally gets an offer to talk to Turning Point, which you'd think she'd make it work no matter what. I mean, she basically said that. But of course, now she's too busy for it, and it doesn't seem as important to her. So I think between that and her claiming the president of France hired an Israeli to try to have her assassinated, people are like, all right, this is just insanity. I mean, think about what's going on here. Charlie Kirk actually gets assassinated. Candace Owens hijacks his death, comes up with 1,000 theories about it, insinuates his own company did it,
Thank you, guys.
then makes it all about herself and ties it into her own personal situation with the Macrons and the Jews being after her. And now she claims they just tried to have her assassinated. And she actually says there was an attempt. So Candace Owens survived an assassination attempt by an Israeli assassin who was hired.
Not right now, Julie. I'm sorry, but I loved Rob Reiner's movies. I'm very sad about his what's going on. But as we know a little bit more, I think that it'd be better to talk a little bit later. I don't usually cover breaking news and stuff just because it's like too new, so.
By the president of France because Candace did a 6-part series about how his wife is a man, and somehow Charlie Kirk ties into this. I think maybe him getting killed is a warning shot or something. I don't know, but apparently if you don't believe all this, you just haven't been paying attention enough, and you better wake up fast.
Foremost, if you were one of the people online who believed for a single second that it was even a remote possibility that I simply made up a French assassination attempt heading into Thanksgiving week, I don't know, for like attention or something. Yeah, if you thought that for a single second, then you're just not sober, you're not paying attention to anything, and you need to wake up real fast. We're gonna move quickly through a lot of things this week because everyone in the world needs to wake up. I wanted to update you guys and let you know that Cam Higbee, remember that?
I don't understand how someone this disconnected from reality like just gets so many people to watch them. It genuinely blows my mind how people can just watch this uncritically and just connect these ideas together. I don't get it. Thanks, Siba Talk. Thank you. Bear, I agree. I mean, she does everything for attention, and she's getting it. I mean, she gets it, for real. Definitely does.
Weird propagandist reporter who goes to the Pentagon press secretary and is like, don't laugh. Okay, ready? Don't laugh. And then proceeds to ask if they heard about France's assassination attempt on my life, which I also said that France was on the ground on the day that Charlie was assassinated. So in theory, Cam Higbee, who was laughing off the idea of an assassination attempt, is being paid by the very organization that just had its leader assassinated in broad daylight in front of the entire world. I find that to be interesting. Who directed him to ask that question? I'm just asking questions. And just the fact that so many people are awake to the reality.
She literally said the thing. I'm just asking questions.
That question. I'm just asking questions. And just the fact that so many people are awake.
She literally said the thing. That's wild, man. I do know, Kimber. Yeah, I've shot since I was like 13. I've had a rifle. Yeah. I'm a pretty good shot too.
To the reality that the assassination attempt was real, and that if it wasn't, we should be hearing from proper channels, not Cam Higbee giggling like a little girl.
And after Candace announced there's an assassin after her, she took a week off and went to a theme park with her family. She was seen smiling and taking pictures with fans, so she didn't seem too worried about this. But obviously, she's just nuts and making a complete mockery out of Charlie Kirk's assassination. I mean, this whole thing has turned into complete absurdity. Like, everything just feels like a joke now. Like, after Candace announced her assassination attempt, Tim Pool kept mocking her for it, and he claimed Germany was trying to assassinate him. But then apparently, I think later that night, he claimed people actually did drive by his house and shoot at him.
Here it is. Yeah, and I don't know if he makes it in this, but someone, like, recorded themselves. I don't know why, but someone recorded themselves a videotape of themselves calling the local police department to Tim Pool's place and said, like, is there any record of this happening? And they're like, what? an event like this, like I would have known that this would have happened. Of course, there hasn't been anything like that. Like, what would you say? He's just making this up. He's just completely making this up. That there was fire outside of his, gunfire. Like, that's just completely false.
I have just been informed by a very credible source that the German government has actually acted upon a plot against my life. I am now informing the White House and the federal government that they're trying to kill me, and I may die. Car had been lurking or something to that effect,
dude.
And a shot was fired. We now know that it was.
This is from the Independent, which is the most prestigious UK news that there is. Right, I'm sure Ness will back me up any second here. She's rushing to her phone, but obviously it is independent, fierce, and absolutely the stalwart of journalistic integrity inside of the UK. Thank you, Ness. Thank you.
3 shots that were fired. We don't know exactly what or why. And we are desperately trying to rationalize.
So now Candace, after providing no evidence of her assassination attempt, is questioning Tim's shooting and is asking for more evidence.
So funny, dude.
So this is just so ridiculous. It's making my head spin. Also now, of course, people are going to play Candace's game and insinuate she's behind the shooting, because Tim and her were going at it. And also, this is just kind of random, but one of Candace's lackeys, Milo Yiannopoulos, was on Tim's podcast, I believe earlier in that same night when the shooting happened. And this guy, he's also trying to take everyone down. He went nuts on Tim's podcast and caused so much shit. So if you're not familiar with Milo, I have a Patreon video about him that you should check out. But he's a gay right-wing troll that was really popular.
Is he now? I don't know. He was on again, off again for the longest time. I don't know if he's on the wagon again. He basically, it's like he came out as an openly proud one in 2016 and was like, well, we are proud for and MAGA, and then he repented and he was straight because he knows that that's not okay and it didn't work out for him. And then there was like a weird thing with some child thing, or underage person, and then he kind of like had to go and go quiet for a really long time, and now he's back as like a repented family man kind of thing. Yeah, exactly, Gail. I don't know. It's a real good question.
Years ago, but then got canceled because he
Amy.
defended a priest that molested him, and that kind of destroyed his career for a while. But now he's kind of worked his way back, and he's been doing a publicity tour recently to talk about how he's actually.
Yeah, he's X. He's X now. There you go. See, there you go. That's so nice.
Not gay anymore, and he used to just be possessed by a demon.
I've been addicted to one or two little things, and I realized my sex works the same way.
Yeah, I believe that.
I realized that when I was on a plane, I'm sitting down, hey, Team 1A, I'm sitting on the plane, I'm like, yeah, I'll have a gin and tonic, girl. And then, like a basketball player, well, not a basketball player, they're all gay nerds, but like a football player would sit next to me. Like it would take hold of me. There were times I had to like go to the bathroom and like,
yeah,
because I
Oh
had
my
to
God,
get rid
dude.
of it because it was taking hold of my mind.
It sounds like a demon.
Yeah, because it's what it is. I joke, I say Gorgoroth, the semen demon,
Oh
he
my
comes out.
God,
He
dude.
doesn't visit me very often anymore, but he's
It's
like,
totally real. I mean, that stuff is all real.
It's all real. Demons are real. Demons are. Imagine someone telling you that and being like, you know what? Yes, demons are real for sure. Yeah, I can see that happening. Like, what is going on?
I realized that. So I don't do cocaine anymore, but I,
Oh my
it'll
God.
shock people to learn I used to be a bit of a cokehead.
So
Oh,
he's
God.
something else, and he used
Oh,
to
my
hate
God.
Candace Owens, but now they're friends, and he's always running defense for her. It's really weird because just a little over a year ago, he said Candace has a fatal flaw. She doesn't know how stupid she is. And he said her husband is gay, which I've heard that in.
Dude, there is some really weird thing that happened with like Candace Owens' husband. She like went over to the UK and like they didn't know each other, or they had just met each other, or only knew each other online or something like that. And then she basically flew over to the UK and married this dude that he's like insanely rich, like super rich. And it's like a really weird thing. And then they started going, yeah, exactly, super Christian, super trad, and just it's very, very odd, very non-traditional. Ness, this is, you guys are involved with this. We are cousins. We are, you know what I mean? I don't know. If Candace Owens chose you, you know what I mean? It's not me.
A number of times, and I actually made a whole video about how I think her husband used to have degenerate sex parties with Andrew Tate, and Tate might have dirt on him. So Milo, he said all this shit about Candace and her husband, but now he's good friends with them. I don't know what's going on there. But Milo always has dirt on people. You know, if you have skeletons in your closet, Milo will probably know about them somehow.
Probably.
So he went on Tim's podcast and just caused another shitstorm for Tim and the right, because he claimed Charlie Kirk was gay, and then also Benny Johnson, who's a really popular right-wing influencer, which Benny, I mean, that's an open secret. Just look at his old tweets. That guy couldn't have...
What? What? 2017?
Which Benny, I mean, that's an open secret. Just look at his old tweets.
2017. Oh my gosh.
That guy couldn't have made it more obvious. And his response to it is he's
I had
threatening
no
to sue
idea.
Milo. And then also he alluded to being possessed by a demon as well, which I don't know if that's really helping the rumors. But Milo,
Oh
he
my
just went off on
gosh.
Tim's show. And Tim also has previously talked about how he thinks it's really strange how many conservatives are secretly gay.
That was the problem Epstein had, is that all the Republicans he found were gay and all the Democrats were pedos. And what is up with that? A lot of gay Republicans.
Many gay the log cabin Republicans are taking over the party, huh?
I guess. There's a lot of stories of Republicans who were like anti-LGBTQ stuff, and then it turned out that they were actually gay the whole time.
Yeah.
So when Milo went on Tim's...
Yeah, Tim, what is wrong? What is that? He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Tim is onto something there. I'm just asking questions, guys. Yeah, exactly, Renee. Except as opposed to the ones that Trump was involved with himself. Like, what is going on? Exactly, Amy. Exactly. Yeah, exactly, Chupacabra. Like, what is that? Yeah, out of nowhere, he just throws that in as if that's. See that? How's it going? They just throw that thing in there. That but it's one of those has no evidence for it for the Democrats, and the other one has tons of evidence for that with the Republicans, you know, so it's like so ridiculous.
Podcast and start going off about how everyone is gay. I don't think Tim pushed back at all. And even at one point he said, yeah, it is strange. But then these clips blew up and people dug up Benny Johnson's old tweets. And I guess Tim felt bad or something and he called Benny and apologized. And then also I'm sure people are pissed that he let Milo go on a show and say that Charlie Kirk was actually secretly gay and was about to divorce his wife.
I'm always a couple of days behind watching on the show because I've got stuff going on. But somebody tweeted today that Candace said that she believed that they were about to get a divorce. I think he was gay. I think he was gay. And
Come on, you know that you do know that I've criticized.
What? Like I'm sorry, Tim, but like, why would you even go there, like, to say something like that?
Oh, I'll tell you why.
No, the man's dead. You're calling now. You think he's gay.
That's when people can tell the truth. One of the most distinctive things about the right wing in this country is its homosexual overtones.
Okay, dang, dude, this is crazy. Is he straight now? Is that what's happening? Is he straight and then like telling the tea? Is that what's going on? Like, or is this back in the day when he was still proud, and now he's, I know exactly chupacabra. Yeah, George Santos of all people are like, hey, don't gaslight people. George Santos is like, hey, you can't defraud people. You know, like what? Like of all people, dude. Of all people, bro.
Benny Johnson posts pictures of his children every 2 days. It's weird. And everybody knows what went on with Benny Johnson in those lobbies and in those hotel rooms at SAS. Everybody knows.
I don't. No.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Men. Younger men, not underage. At least I don't know that. His wife was crying drunk in the lobby 3 SASs in a row about how her husband was upstairs with boys.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Come on.
Go ask her.
Oh my God,
Milo.
dude.
Go ask her.
Milo, aren't you ever scared of getting sued? You say some crazy. I'm sitting here like I am humbled by the lore and your ability.
The audacity,
to I mean, there's no teapots in this room right now to express how I.
3 SAS in a row. I think that he's saying like 3 conventions in a row. I don't know what SAS is, but I think that it's like a convention or something that they're talking about. Yeah, people, I mean, yeah, Gail, people don't really choose to be gay. I mean, you know, maybe they could be bi or pan and decide like which, you know, what they present as in a, you know, social context or something like that. But that might be how they like choose. You know, but in most part, no, of course not. No, it is. You know, people are just born how they're born, and people's brains are just all a little different, you know, and there's a huge spectrum of how people present themselves and what they have affinity to and what they find attractive, you know?
I feel. George, I have said these things about people for 20 years and never once in my career been sued. I've issued 3 corrections in my entire journalistic career because I get my facts right and people know that they do not want to go through discovery.
Actually, I want to say this.
I've never been sued for anything I've ever said about anyone.
The one thing I can...
Dude, that's crazy coming from George Santos. Is like, you could get sued for fraud. Like, you know what I mean? Because he's literally got kicked out of Congress. If you don't know, he literally got kicked out of Congress for fraud, frauding people. He lied about his entire background. He lied about a ton of different stuff, and the House was literally like, they just kicked him out. There was like, this is absolutely insane. Oh, exactly, Renee. Exactly. Anyone that's saying it's 100% is like they're lying. Obviously.
I need to say this.
Because I'm right.
Like not like everybody is not gay just because you want
conservative media. Yes, they are.
No, stop.
Yes, they are.
Strangely, a lot of them are. Though.
No, they are.
No, but the ones who are out
Look
about
who's
it.
talking.
I'm
Look
gay.
who's talking.
I've never said I'm not gay.
So Candace is sharing texts that Charlie Kirk is a Nicki Minaj fan, and then her lackey Milo claims Charlie Kirk was gay and about to divorce his wife. So they're just humiliating the guy. But
well, I guess the words allowed, guys. There was like talk in mod chat about whether or not it's not allowed, but we're testing that limit right now. That's I don't know. We'll see. I guess it's okay. I guess it is. I don't know. I haven't said
Really
it that
just
much,
trying to
but the video said it a bunch. So
find out who killed him. That's all they're trying to do here. So I believe the shooting at Tim's compound took place the same night as this podcast, like soon after this, which is weird timing. Like Tim goes off on Candace and then has Milo on and he causes a shitstorm and then he gets shot at. So maybe this is why people are scared of Candace. But Tim doubled down and just went nuts the next day because he had somebody on who told him Candace doesn't even have security at her place. Well, I guess she just has one fat guy as security. And Tim claims to have a ton of security that's causing him to lose money. He also threatened to end the show, which he does this all the time. This is like the 3rd or 4th time he's crashed out and threatened to end the show.
And you know what you fucking told me? She has no security. She doesn't fucking deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer. And all of these fucking conservatives out there that are on track to lose the midterms, they were actually trending the other direction until Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Yeah.
And this is the point, isn't it? The most effective political assassination in history. And thanks to the likes of the vile cunt Candace Owens, she has turned Turning Point into the perpetrators of the crime that was against them.
And then Candace made a tweet about how there's a shooting that Tim claimed happened at his compound a couple years.
So mad, dude. The misogyny just comes right out. The fact that like it's so apparent, dude. It's so like you could just be against what she's saying. You know what I mean? Like who she is or what her political viewpoint is and all that kind of stuff. But like the misogyny just comes through and you're just like, dang, like what? It's so weird. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, exactly, Renee. They're just like, well, now that I hate you, now I'm just really gonna say what I blink. And you're like, well, you were never hiding it before, dude. We got it. We understood it before, but you don't have to lay into it. Like, we get it, dude.
Years ago, and Candace said it was from Tim's own brother. So now Tim is threatening to sue her. I mean, this is just such a mess. She also went on her podcast and responded to Tim by saying he's acting like a gambling addict that lost all his money at a casino and then went home and beat his wife.
You have
Jeez.
explicitly been attacking me. You are a coward. You are less than a man. Okay? You are behaving, your type right there is like a person who's having financial issues and yet decides to go out and put $100K on a poker game. And when he loses and is a further $100K in the hole, comes back home and beats his wife and kids. And thinks he's a tough guy. That's how you're acting right now.
Jeez.
I'm not your wife. I'm not your kids. Get your affairs in order and stop blaming me because I'm actually traversing down the path that hasn't been traveled.
So this is like peak political brain rot slop content,
Jeez.
which would just be hilarious if there weren't a ton of people that actually take Candace Owens completely seriously. That's concerning. Also, whenever people go after her fans will just say they're paid by Israel or the Macrons or something. You know, everything fits into her theories, which Tim Pool, he has met with Benjamin Netanyahu and he was involved in.
She started the fake conspiracy that Macron's wife was trans. So that, and then he's sued her. So that is where it's all like coming. This is exactly Chupacabra. This is MAGA on MAGA crime. Exactly.
That tenant media scandal. So he doesn't have the best credibility here, but I think he genuinely just can't stand Candace Owens. And I don't think anybody needs to pay him to go off on her. I mean, a lot of people feel the same way he does, obviously. And even people who hate Israel and Daily Wire and Turning Point think Candace is nuts, like Nick Fuentes. He's been going after Candace even harder than Tim. And people consider Nick to be one of the most anti-Semitic people on the internet.
Yeah.
And he's always disliked Charlie Kirk and Turning Point.
Yeah.
But now because Candace is so crazy, and I think Nick feels like she's trying to hijack his movement. He's like, I want nothing to do with this lady. She's completely out of her mind.
You lost me. Egyptian planes, maroon t-shirts, beekeepers. Charlie talked to me in a dream. What is wrong with you people? Someone with balls needs to slap you idiots across your faces.
See, that's misogyny.
Anti-Semitism used to be smart and ahead of the curve. If you were saying Jews did 9/11, Jews brought us into Iraq, you know, we...
Oh, God. See, it's like, guys, I'm telling you, he is the worst. This is the worst. I know, Helen, isn't it amazing? Thank you. He's so weak, Matt. He is so weak. He's so weak. He was saying like in some yeah, it was just there's the clips of him are unhinged.
know what we're talking about. We know the names and we know what's going on. And now you got all these stupid idiots watching the show saying, but Nick, Candace said that Charlie confessed to her in a dream.
He's like, I've been like working on my conspiracy game. I've been working on this. Like I know, open mind. I am like, oh geez, guys. I am like, oh geez. I'm like worried and waiting in bated breath.
I don't even believe what I'm hearing when I hear that stuff. She goes on her show. I've been having visions of beekeepers all year. Oh my gosh. It is literally like medieval peasant idiocy. Someone in the village said she had a dream. Oh, come on, guys. Seriously? I think this is doing profound damage to the country. I think it's disturbing. I think it's weird that millions of people are watching this and they're buying into
No, Neil, is no, you're right, man. Yeah, it's because October 25th we basically started doing a lot more political organizing on stream, and we wanted to do things that way. So we wanted to actually make a difference in, thank you, Chupacabra, in the world by impacting politics and doing political organizing on stream. So I kind of like stepped away from just doing debating people 24/7, all the time, and kind of worked on like different stuff. And I see it kind of like as a variety show, where I'll debate people, we can watch content, react to things that are going on in the world, we can talk about science news, we can do a lot of different things. It's kind of just like a reflection of who I am better. I don't like want to just be shouting down people all day long. And yeah, I got the hammer about like 3 months ago now, and that kind of never, the numbers never came back, and that's just what's happened. And then October, about a month after that, after the hammer, I got a 1 week, and then they just never came back. But I mean, in terms of like who is here though, like, I mean, I'd much rather have like a solidified, amazing core audience rather than having, 10,000 views on the stream a day. I'd much rather have, a couple thousand and have that be like quality people. So, oh, thank you, Neo. Yeah, user. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, guys, exactly. I love what we're doing here, and I wouldn't change a thing. I genuinely think that we are actually like revolutionizing streaming. I genuinely do think that. I think that there's really no other stream, no other community that's actually trying to do and impact politics like we are, through the nonprofit, through the emails, through the political actions, through the vaccines. And I'm way more proud of that than any kind of like number. So that's just me though. That's just me, and I'm okay with that. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Matt. But yeah, I'm basically trying to reach out to different shows. I'm trying to. I have like a modern day debate lined up for evolution. That's going to be happening in January. I'm trying to go on to other shows, other podcasts, to kind of like expand into like different audiences and YouTube and stuff like that. So, that's going to be cool. And I'm just going to keep going on. My main goal right now is just consistency. That's it. My main goal is just consistency. Just put out, put out that content, put out that, be engaged. And we're not going to, I've come to the realization, and I've been doing it since July, and I've been full streaming since October, every day, since October. So I think it's good. Oh, thank you, Helen. Helen, you've been here since the beginning, so that's amazing. Thank you for saying that. I think that this iteration of the Dr. Greg Show is a more true indication of who I am as a person than anything else. Thank you, Renee. Oh, thank you, user. I appreciate you. Thank you, Heather. Thank you for that. All right, let's finish this one.
To this psychosis. And it has gotten to the point now where the people that are being implicated in the conspiracy, I'm sure they're being harassed in their real life. She's going on a show that millions of people watch, and she's naming private individuals and inciting her followers to harass these.
Hey, Dave Marvin. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. He's on YT, guys. Nice. Thank you, Dave.
People. I'm sorry. If you're on the Candace Owens train.
Dang, $200.
Or is to harass these people. I'm sorry.
Oh my God. Nick, keep an open mind on the Israeli involvement in Charlie Kirk's ASS. There are many fact and suspicious events pointing that way. Why are we stopped noticing when it comes to this? America first. Oh man, yeah, dude, $200 to say that. It's absolutely wild to me. Like the right wing grifts are so, they're so easy and they're so strong. I don't know what it is, but it's wild to me. But whatever.
All right, if you're on the Candace Owens train, I'm not even gonna pretend like I'm going to try to appease you. It's wrong. It's stupid.
Oh, guys, I'm throwing up the gift gallery while we're watching this, so that's why I'm like putting these like different weird gifts and stuff up. So just letting you know.
All of it is stupid, and I'm not going to entertain it at all. And I thought Tim Pool had an epic go off on it tonight. It was awesome. I have never seen such a clear-cut case of an individual person being such an unnecessary detriment.
Jeez.
Through sheer ignorance and irresponsibility. I've never seen it. Because you could say other people that have done things like Shapiro or Charlie Kirk or whoever, you could say they're part of a system or there's an incentive structure, they're playing by the rules, whatever. Candace is spearheading this thing, like she is creating this hysteria, and it is to the detriment of everybody. It is to the detriment of the right wing broadly. It is to the detriment of anyone that seriously talks about Jews in Israel.
God.
And it's to the detriment of rationality. It is
See, guys, see, this is the thing. He's saying the thing that makes sense, but he's saying it in the guise of, you know what I mean? He's like, it's like he's frustrated that it's taking the eye off the prize, and the eye and what his prized possession is Israel. You know what I mean? That's the thing. Exactly, Kathleen. Exactly, and that's why we're watching. That's why we're reveling in it. We revel in the 400 bills that didn't pass at the state level. We revel in their fracturing of their civil war. Not because we want ill will for the Republican voters, and we, you know, I personally feel, you know, bad for them that they have been swayed by misinformation and conspiracies, and I think that there still is hope for them, you know. But we're talking about the fracturing at the top, right? The tip of the pyramid is cracking, and that is what we are looking at and understanding. So we can pick up the pieces and help these people understand that they can come back to society while we, Nuremberg 2.0, all of these people that were at the spearhead of this thing, right?
Definition of hysteria. And I thought Tim Pool, very courageous, because I know he's getting shit for it, to say something about it. He had an epic go off on it. Major respect for him.
So Candace is so crazy, she's forcing Nick Fuentes to side with Turning Point, Daily Wire, Steven Crowder, and Tim Pool.
That's wild.
And now Candace is...
But like Nick, again, guys, what did we talk about just earlier? Nick Fuentes and his army are really good about hiding their power level. So they know that there is this fraction, there's this fissure that's happening, right? He knows that he is driving a wedge between these people, and by doing that, he mainstreams himself. So like Nick Fuentes is more than capable of doublespeak in order to mainstream his ideas and get a bigger reach into the party. He loves to do that. So that's the thing. That's what we're watching right now.
Opinions are begging Nick to stop and join their side, and they're calling him a sellout. So it seems like they can sense the walls are closing in here. Like also Nick said, if Turning Point can't get the job done and expose Candace Owens and put an end to this nonsense, then he'll have to.
And depending on how they do, if they don't do a good enough job, I think I'm going to have to step up.
See?
And I
see? Exactly. Gosh, that's so crazy. Exactly. He's like, yeah, I mean, if this is like keeps happening, I'm gonna have to do it myself. He's pushing himself into to fill the void that he is creating the wedge in. This is what I'm saying, that Nick Fuentes is a lot more powerful than people understand. And this is that he is the power behind the Republican, like the MAGA movement right now.
I think I'm going to have to expose Candace Owens for what she really is. I'm going to give them, they have the opportunity because they are involved in all this.
No, he's not. He's not hemorrhaging supporters at all.
But I am so frustrated with how people are handling it. They're losing. If Turning Point doesn't do a good enough job on December 15th, I'm going to have to step up. And just like I exposed Tucker Carlson, and just like I exposed JD.
Tucker, it's crazy. Tucker Carlson, he went on Tucker Carlson's show. Hugely popular. It's like 8 million views. One of the most popular views, interviews that he has ever had. Like a week later, freaking knives out. Nick Fuentes goes after Tucker Carlson and exposed Tucker Carlson for being a shill on a plant and all that kind of stuff. And you're just like, dang, dude, like he's ruthless. He is ruthless.
Vance, I'm going to have to step up and I'm going to have to blow the lid and expose everything about Candace Owens and reveal who she really is, who her husband is.
Gail, they've just been around since the early Trump years. Like Nick started paying attention to politics in 2015. So it's like he's like basically he turned 18 during Trump years, and then that was his first vote or something like that. So it's he's really new, and they've just been around since that. So I mean, that's 10 years now. So there you go.
Is who her donors are. And unlike her, I will be naming names. I will be coming with receipts. I will blow the lid on the whole thing, and I'll give her the Tucker Carlson.
So Turning Point has done such a bad job at handling this whole situation. They have to rely on Tim Pool and Nick Fuentes. I mean, these people are just so pathetic. All day they're like, we're doing this for Charlie. We love Charlie. We're honoring his legacy. Yet they're letting Candace Owens, who's a total idiot, just destroy his organization. And now, since they're not getting the job done, Erica Kirk is being forced to address it and call Candace out. Of course, not by name, but she's definitely referring to her.
Call me what you want. Go down that rabbit hole, whatever. But when you go after my family, my Turning Point USA family, my Charlie Kirk Show family, when you go after the people that I love, and you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode, going after the people that I love because somehow they're in on this, no.
I have to say it.
Yeah, they literally made their entire careers going after trans people. Like the fact that trans people even exist. And so the idea that now he or they, like Turning Point USA is somehow getting a modicum of pushback or like any hypercritical accountability, and they're just crumbling on it. It's like, dude, they've literally like harassed people. I mean, the Sandy Hook stuff, they had to move. Those people had to move because of the harassment. It's just wild to me. My 14-year-old son is loving both biology and architecture at school. Oh, that's cool. I suggested him he get into a field like you work in because it's like building stuff on the biological level. Any advice for him? Yeah, very cool. Yeah, Dave, there are, I don't know where you live, but if there might be research opportunities at a university where he can actually volunteer some time during the summer. So I would like talk now and try to see if you can kind of like, they have summer like science fair like projects, and basically working on some type of science fair project would be a really, really cool way to get going. So yeah, dude, there are really cool fields of microbes too, like diatoms and stuff, like physical. So basically, we're trying to study how diatoms are so strong, and it's their structure and how they kind of like create themselves through evolution is a lot stronger per like space than we understand. So like there's a lot of actual biology research going into the structure of diatoms and architecture of them. So that is actually kind of like an interesting way of melding those two fields. It's like a physical physics, kind of like a physics department kind of thing. Yeah, Seattle should have like some universities and stuff. Yeah, people are doing AutoCAD and 3D printing with a lot of the diatom structures and that kind of thing. Yeah. Good question. Thank you.
I've never seen you like this.
No, I'm very. This is righteous anger because this is not okay. It's not healthy. This is a mind virus.
And Candace needs a reality check, but I think she might be too far gone at this point. You know, you'd think her husband would step in and do something, but he might just be checked out at this point, and maybe
is that her husband?
Been encouraging it, possibly. Like, I don't know how somebody could sit around and listen to Candace all day rant about this shit. You know, I'd jump out a fucking window. So her husband is probably out of his mind as well. I mean, I don't know how somebody could sit around listening to this shit. Like, also, just look at this clip of her talking in her kitchen to Russell Brand, which I think even Russell is like, damn, this chick is out there. She's talking about how she thought when Charlie died, Trump and the FBI would reach out to her and they'd ask her for help and they'd all investigate this together. So she's just so delusional. It's unbelievable.
Charlie's life could have been the Truman Show. That terrifies me more, that nothing in your life is real. Genuinely, like, I was expecting, like, we're all getting the old band back together and it's going to be me and Trump and I'm going to have the FBI help me investigate this and we're going to figure out what happened to my friend. And it was like, Candace is the enemy for asking questions. Was Charlie Kirk's life real is what I think I cried the hardest about, because how are you not fighting for him?
So this lady has to be the biggest narcissist ever. She thought the president and the FBI would just run to her right away.
Off of her
so they could ask
dreams?
her what dreams she's been having so they could figure out what happened to Charlie Kirk. Like, this is just too much. I gotta end it here. But if you like this video, make sure you check out my...
Oh, that is why. What are they gonna investigate? What do they investigate? What could you investigate based off of dreams? Like, there's no way, dude. There's no way. Oh my gosh, guys. This is crazy. That is wild. She's not just asking questions, though, dude. She's not just asking questions. What's up, man? How's it going?
What's up?
Can you unmute Bluetooth your connection? I think you're connected to your car. It's probably easier just if you like talk into your phone.
Is this better? Any better?
No, it's kind of hard. Are you far? Can you bring it closer to your mouth?
1 second, let me.
Okay. All good, Heather. He's not. Yeah, it's too noisy right now.
I don't know. It's still bad. It's any better.
It's very noisy.
Noisy.
The background noise. There's a lot of background noise going on. If you could, like, just take your phone and like put it up to your mouth. There we go.
I don't know. Is this any better?
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
All right.
What's up, dude?
Look, I maintain an open mind. I'm an independent thinker. All right.
Okay.
With the Candace stuff, it's hard to listen to her. I don't go for the emotional stuff. She digs into her emotions too much for me. But I could see why a lot of people listen to her and follow her. She is an effective communicator. I just don't deal with emotions. I want to look at the facts. However, what I do find curious, and I always give the benefit of the doubt to the person asking the questions, if I see the other person is running from answering. So whoever does not want to scrutinize, I mean, it's the same way. Like if you run from the cops, or if you don't want to answer questions, you immediately draw suspicions to yourself, especially if you're in the area. So when the guys at TPUSA, for example, when they're his crew, they jump over the table, they grab something, they put it in their pocket, they hand it off to one guy, and he walks away. And you don't want to hand over, you don't want to address these issues. None of these guys want to say what's going on, what they did, why they did these things. When they don't want to release the videos for public scrutiny, when everything else seems shady, when nothing else adds up, well, then you automatically draw suspicion to yourself. You do not deserve the benefit of the doubt if you act in a shady way and you refuse to cooperate, if you resist transparency. So you do not deserve the benefit of the doubt. So this is why I fall on the side of when we were talking about the vaccine issue a few days ago as well. So anytime I see somebody run away from questions and there is something you would say nebulous that needs to be discussed and you don't want to discuss it, I immediately suspect you of wrongdoing. I mean, I just think it's human nature.
I just feel like that she's just spitballing, and she is making it seem like she has more of a clue than she is, and she's just, I mean, she does say that this is just my intuition, this is just my gut feeling, but I think that, do you think that people, what I think when people watch that is that she is saying, I know things that I can't say, but I'm kind of like winking at you and saying like, this is what the answer is, but I can't tell you why I know that. So I think that people are watching that, thinking that she has a better she's more learned on this than possible. Like for example, like people think that, Trump will say something, before he got elected and then after he got elected, but polls show that people actually believe him more often, and it's a lie, before and after he got elected, but they believe him more often after he got elected because he's the president. So then therefore he should have access to more types of information. So they're more likely to agree with him and believe him. So in the same way, Candace is like elucidating this conspiracy, and because she's like, a popular media influencer, because she has a big podcast, people think that she has like an in on this information. And I don't think that she knows what she's saying at all. And she really is just kind of throwing out wild claims.
I mean, I do share some of that. I don't, look, a lot of what she says sounds bizarre at face value. But there are other people who do deep dives into these things. Ian Carroll, as you had in your background, the guy from Valhalla, Jesse Fire, Coach Colin. There's several people that do deep dives into these things, and they do it absent the emotional undertones. So it gives a lot of validity to it to hear them approach it from a sterile, seemingly disinterested perspective. Even like when they came to the Egyptian plane stuff. I mean, that sounds bizarre, far-fetched. Even Tucker Carlson confirmed that this was true, right? So again, once you're in that position, and you maintain this shroud of secrecy that you don't want to cooperate, if you're innocent, right? I mean, if you're innocent of a crime and you're being suspected, and not just any crime, it's not, like if you're innocent and you're suspected of it, you should be like the first, hey, come check my phone, come check these things. You should be the first person jumping up to try to clear your name. Like, I don't get this, that you want to live under that type of suspicion, that type of scrutiny. Nobody will ever be able to trust you. Ever. You won't have any friends. Everybody will be side-eyeing you except your crew, right? So I don't get what the benefit is in not cooperating or just coming clean. Like, why don't you want to show your phone records? Why don't you just want to, hey, let's talk about it, anything you want to know, to remove this cloud of suspicion?
Yeah, I mean,
and then you instead of addressing the issues, you talk about her positions and strawman her and character assassinate ad hominem. This is ridiculous. Again, people who could see the issue for what it is. I don't care about Candace, but she asked a question. Could you answer the question? And if you refuse to answer it, then that tells me all I need to know, that you're hiding something. I may not know exactly what you're hiding. I may not know what your level of guilt is, but I know you're hiding something, because there's only one reason people would act like that.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but like at the same time, like, you know, just asking questions can be more damaging than you would seem. Like, you know, I could be like, you know, busy, you know, when you were born out of a lizard egg and you know, first cracked the, you know, the egg, you know, like, where did you sunbathe for the first time? You know what I mean? It's kind of like there could be not a right answer in order. It's kind of like you know, when was the last time that you hit your wife kind of thing, where it's like there is no like right answer that can dissuade someone once they've kind of like already latched onto that. And basically everything, it's when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail thing, where basically she's anti-Israel, right? That's obvious, right? She's anti-Jewish people, right? That's obvious. So now she's using every opportunity in order to hamstring that in. And like everything is just this, and she's just, I'm just asking questions like, maybe Israel did this, maybe Israel did that, and you're like, what? Like, what are you talking about? How can that possibly be? Like, you're just accusing things, and then now, you know, like Fuentes even was mad about it, because it's like she's using that same line of thinking for Charlie Kirk, and he's like, whoa, like, we were just anti-Semitic, and that was the smart position, right? That, in his words, and now you've sullied our line of thinking, and kind of like, you know what I mean? He's in a way that she's kind of like exposed their anti-Semitism. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with her position in terms of factually, right? I don't like the emotional underpinnings. I hate dealing with emotions. I want to hear the facts for what it is. Don't tell me why I should feel a certain way about it. Just give me the facts. I'll make up my own mind.
But where do you find the facts? And like when Candace is talking about it, like that, if you want just the facts, then like where are you getting that from, Candace? Because all I feel is emotion from when I listen to her. It's all just like the feels and dreams, and there is no facts. There is no facts of the matter that can be independently verified.
Well, she did bring up the Egyptian plane things. Tucker Carlson said that he knows that is a fact. He has sources as well. Now, that could be false. That could be false. But the very fact that TPUSA refuses to answer these questions attests to the veracity of these claims, because they don't want to release any of the videos. They don't want to release any transcripts. They don't want to show any text messages. I mean, even with this issue, when Candace said that, what's his name, Andrew Kovet, told her that there was a threat on her life. She held on to that for 3 months. She didn't want to release that information until Erica came out and said that this wasn't the case and all that was false. So then she released this name. Now you have two people from TPUSA. They could either come clean, and I'm sure Candace kept the receipts, right? She produced the text messages because the same guy sent her the text messages, a screenshot. So she didn't want to burn her sources, and I'm certain she has more information. She just doesn't want to burn her sources. As far as if Israel is incriminated in it, I mean, that's like a common sense suspect, like suspect number one. I mean, the guy is on TV. He's their golden child. He has all this influence, Charlie, that is, with the right. And in his last couple months of life, he starts like severely deviating from the path, like expressing opinions that makes it clear that he's gonna abandon this Israel first trajectory, and he explicitly said that in one of his text messages. You know, so they started the writing on the wall. He said this on Megyn Kelly. He was visibly and audibly frustrated by the fact that he could not criticize them. When he appeared on the PBD podcast, and he said, "Well, I have to be careful how I say this." Why would you have to be careful why you call it ethnic cleansing? Why do you have to be careful about stating a fact? Why? And that only lends credence to the suspicion. If you're afraid of criticizing one group of people or one certain thing, it must mean that there's a certain type of repercussion that would be faced if you do so. And he was on the inside, so I think he knows what he was talking about.
Do you hold like this like, you know, hyper transparency across like other political, you know, leaders and stuff too? I mean, like, for example, like, you know, Trump not releasing any financial documents when he obviously had some business ties with Russia, you know, in 2015, and you know he still like is getting tons of money from somewhere. You know, like, where is that money coming from? And he refuses to release any financial disclosure documents, for example. You know, like there's such a lack of transparency in the Trump administration, but you know, why doesn't he like show it if he doesn't have anything to hide? You know, like, do you ever think about that?
Oh yeah, look, I absolutely, I think Trump's a criminal. I would never vote for Trump.
Oh, okay.
I would never vote for Trump. I don't I don't vote right. I don't vote left. I'm not a gang member, right? I'm not a gang member.
Gotcha.
I'm an independent, critical thinker. Right? So you can't cow me or emotionally blackmail me into a position, because I don't trade in emotions. I trade in facts.
Cool.
So for example, there's this thing out where Trump is mulling over classifying fentanyl as a WMD. And we know that's just so that he could get into Venezuela.
Yeah.
Right? But this is not just Trump. There seems to be a pervasive culture in Washington, whereas it does not matter who gets voted in. War is always the answer. It might not be war today, but when should we attack them? Oh, tomorrow maybe. Not today, tomorrow. So it's either one or the other.
Come on, bro. Do you think if Kamala Harris was elected president in 2024, we would be invading Venezuela right now?
We might not be right now, but I think there's no reason for me to not think that we would.
What?
Because
No, you can't say it. No, dude, that's that's
well,
you can't. There's no evidence of that.
They presided over the whole Palestine-Israel thing right now, didn't they?
But that's
when
we're talking
that
about
started.
Venezuela. This is a completely different war. This is for a completely different reason.
Again, if you're supplying somebody to do these things to unarmed people, why would I doubt you that you would do it again to another group of people yourself?
Dude, the Middle East has been strife with like political violence for hundreds of years. You know, that's been going on. Like, this isn't something that's new. The actions of the United States and the war that and the executive order that Trump signed, you know, against Venezuela is a markedly new direction and change.
Well, yes, but remember, Venezuela has been under sanctions even before Obama, and he maintained that. Right? Even when remember the guy, what's his name before Maduro, Chavez, I think it was Chavez, the Venezuelan leader there. So even him and these guys just want their resources to benefit their country. But Obama is no different than Trump or anybody else. Yes, one of them talks better. One of them is a bit more polished. I agree with that. One is less crass. And conmen come in all different types of shades of practices. But
come on, man. There's no. Come on, dude. Like Trump, like threatened to invade Canada, Greenland. He's going to Venezuela now. Like Obama had nothing to do with that. Like the only thing that you could even remotely talk about was drone strikes and like that. But that was completely different. I mean, and he actually got it signed off by courts. You know, maybe those courts were rubber stamping that stuff and they weren't critical enough. You know, I agree with you there, but man, I mean, this is completely different. Again, yeah, I mean, that's just really frustrating to me because it's just like we can't, both sides aren't the same right now. You know what I mean? Like, you're kind of like, enlightened centrist viewpoints on here. It's like both parties aren't the same on these issues. You got to be able to call balls and strikes.
I just, again, I see them as you know, the Republicans are more in your face, like Malcolm X said it. The Republicans are the wolves. They present themselves as wolves. So there is no question if they're your enemies. There's no question about that. The Democrats are foxes. They present themselves as friendly, but both of them want to eat the sheep. Both of them. So it's just the way they present themselves. Neither of these people are decent. Because if you, in any capacity, right, where I work in, we have to be very extremely careful about dealing with patients, because you don't want to harm anybody, even accidentally. So if you are creating these policies, for example, like with Obama and all these drones things, and they found out that it was like a 90% civilian ratio that were affected by these things, 90-something%. If you find that you're doing it, even if it was 1%, that should cause you to hesitate to scale back. Like, is there any other way we could resolve this? Because from my perspective, doing this to even one innocent person is bad enough. So you can't say, oh, well, we're just gonna do it and then sort it out after 100,000 millions of innocent people. Even if you get one, that is wrong. So that should call you into question your entire policy. And this is how we deal with it in the healthcare. Because if that person could go to court and they sue you, and to bring down the entire organization, you could lose your government funding. There's a lot of repercussions that could come with affecting just one person. But when it comes to the government, again, there's no accountability, because both sides seem to be controlled by the same group of people, and they won't. Congress won't.
Who's that group? Who's that group of people?
I have no idea, but you have to. I mean, it's unquestionable. Why is it then? Why is it that nobody gets to question these things, and the only people who do gets exiled, excommunicated from office? Why is that? Look at MGT, for example. She starts questioning, and all of a sudden now she has to resign. Why do you think that is?
Because Republicans are unhinged, and she is getting death threats from Republicans. That's why. And that is political. That is a level of political violence that she's stoked, for years now, and that she's profited on politically and personally. And now that she's getting some heat from it because Trump is directing that political violence towards her. Now she's just, I'm out of that. I'm out of here. So I mean,
so who came for Charlie Kirk then? Who came for Charlie Kirk?
Some deranged dude. I don't know, some deranged dude. I don't know.
I don't look. I don't. If I give you deranged dude, if they were releasing the videos, but for some reason they don't want.
We don't have any evidence other than that, man. This is, again, it's just like all conspiracy, man. Like, I'm not conspiratorial. Like, I'm sorry. Like, if there's evidence that he's on some payroll or something like that, then we can see the financial documents, we can see it, the connections, we can see the training, we can see all that kind of stuff. There's going to be a lot more independent analysis that can be done in order to lead us down that path. I don't need the conspiracy in order to walk down that path.
Well, true, but I mean, even the legal system has conspiracy as one of the cases that you could get tried on if you're involved in a conspiracy. So by saying conspiracy, it sounds a bit dismissive.
Okay,
you can't deal with
the colloquial version. Okay, there's two different versions of conspiracy. Conspiracy that we are talking about, conspiracy meaning that saying something without evidence. Conspiracy in the lawyer term like a RICO case or something, are people conspiring together in order to perform an action that is, where people are coming together in order to do a particular thing. Like they are commingling, they're having meetings, they have a particular mission. That's a conspiracy. It's not like the colloquial definition that we talk about. Like when I'm talking about conspiracy theorist, I'm talking about someone that believes things without evidence.
Do you think that the government meddles or deals with conspiracy in terms of like they actively do these things, like commit crimes?
I mean, I think that they have undercover agents in them in order to try to stop them from happening. Yeah, but I don't think that it's like the 50s and 60s where you have like them going in like and orchestrating these like world like events and like trying to have like it's like a puppeteer thing. I don't think that's happening. I think there's just too many phones. There's too much GPS the location data. I don't think it's like the 50s, 60s James Bond stuff happening.
Yes, I think the fact that we have social media now could help us with that. But I mean, it's you have to. I mean, this would be common sense that the government does trade in these in terms of criminality. I mean, what is it? The CIA. The entire purpose of the CIA is deception.
True.
The entire purpose of it.
Yes, but dude, there's cameras everywhere. There's global cameras everywhere. Like you wouldn't be able to like
who control the cameras?
Governments, foreign governments.
All right, so the CIA,
the foreign governments that the CIA is working against.
What's that?
The CIA would be working against those governments. Like look at the the way that the ICE officers have to when they go and kidnap people. They're covering their faces. You know what I mean? They're scared of it. So, I mean, imagine if you were like orchestrating something in another nation or something, and you had all the cameras and all these their faces couldn't be they couldn't be covered. They would be exposed. So you'd have all their faces everywhere, all throughout the world. Like it'd be so easy to figure that out.
No, not at all. So let me give you an example.
I think an example of a CIA operation and stuff that is legit that I think that does happen is kind of like the computer science kind of stuff. So like the operation that Obama did in order to shut down the Iranian nuclear reactors and to the centrifuges, like that's legit. The psyop that Russia did to us in the 2015-2016 elections, that Cozy Bear and the other one to infest into our infrastructure computers in order to gain access to our water computers and our filtration systems and the electricity grids. Like that is like that's like legitimately how these wars are fought now, not by like James Bond stuff.
Well, that would be the James Bond stuff, the cyber stuff, the AI stuff.
No, I'm talking about in person, like tactical squads going in. Where I mean, it does happen. Like it does, like the one with Trump. They screwed up and they took out like 2 civilians in like Korea because of like a fisherman like saw them early and they had to take them out. I mean, it does happen, but it's not like covert crazy stuff. I mean, maybe it is and we don't know about it, but I don't think that the CIA is behind all these world events. No.
Yeah, I think you're. I don't think you're naive to this. I think this is a worldview that you hold religiously. This is not a naivety. Look, the JFK files. It's been almost 70 years under lock and keys across Democrat and Republican administrations. If this guy forgot, if that guy that they blamed, that is widely being called just a patsy, if he was the actual criminal, why are the files under lock and keys for almost 70 years? Why do you think that? Again, you cannot say, oh well, there is no rationale. Every time they're hiding something, it's not logic, but every time they open something, then it's logic. I would think that you would expect logical answers from these people, or logical responses from these people. But what's the logic behind that? Why do you think they would hide that? Trump, Obama, Bush, everybody, Clinton, Carter. Why do you think they don't release those files?
Isn't that what Trump did? Didn't Trump like release all of them, and that was like the whole point of what he was? They were so proud of it, and it was just like nothing.
He released some of it. I don't think he released all of them. But why do you think that? Obama didn't release them. Why do you think that?
I think that you get to a point where there's nothing that you could present, like that. There's nothing that for whatever reason they were classified for some reason, but now because of this elaborate conspiracy, there's nothing in there other than a literal smoking gun that anyone would accept and be happy with. So the government just doesn't feed into these conspiracies and just says, okay, yeah, you guys got us. Like, who cares? I don't think that they don't care. I don't think they care about our opinion.
Do you know what feeds conspiracies?
People not
Obscurity.
releasing it. No,
when you put documents under lock and keys, that's
not
what
true.
feeds it.
That's not true. That's not true. Like, humans are prone to conspiracy. No. You humans.
For example, you have your phone, and your wife wants to check to your phone, and
No,
you
dude.
say no. All of a sudden, you're feeding some type of suspicion.
No, a good
If you just
example.
get
No, dude. A good example is like honestly the vaccines. Like there's more data than anyone could ever possibly want to know about the safety of and efficacy of vaccines, and yet conspiracies are still abound about them. So it doesn't matter about the access to information. The access to information does not create conspiracies. It's a human condition, because we in our brains, we evolved in order to make connections. It's like literally something that we evolved, like we have a mental map in our brains, and as we go from like branch, tree, shrub, water, because we need water, right? So we need to map branch, tree, brush, water, and those connections, those sequential line of things leading to that payload is evolved in our brain, our hunter-gatherer brain. We was literally selected for. So conspiracies and creating that this guy did this here on this place to do this thing is something that we are lacking in our real world. The what happens, man, is that like the events in the real world are just less impressive than what our brains are thinking of. Like it's just less. It's less. It's spicy. It's just bland. Like, yeah, vaccines are safe and effective. Viruses cause disease. Done. Versus, oh man, yeah, this terrain theory from the 1700s and this new wave thinking. Like, wow, the reality is a lot more bland than people think.
Oh, okay. Have you seen these news and articles? It's all over the internet now. I think 2-3 days old. How the FDA is considering adding a black box warning to the COVID vaccines.
Sure, they will. Yeah, I mean they're insane. Yeah, I mean the FDA is insane now. So yeah.
All right. So you're saying they're insane now, but they couldn't have been insane before?
Well, yeah, because they're obviously being politicized, like in a different way than ever before. Yeah.
And before they were not politicized. They were beyond influence before. But
Dude,
they are influenced now.
Everything is being directed by the White House and by the HHS director. Yes, it wasn't like that before. No.
Oh, okay. So are you saying that it wasn't prone to the same vulnerabilities? What changed that allowed it to make these vulnerabilities unique?
What do you think? What was the thing that changed? What do you think changed?
I think they have a new HHS now.
Yeah. Trump, electing Trump.
All right. RFK meeting.
Yeah.
So that's what I think. But why is it, if the HHS has this type of influence, that he, without any clinical background, so to speak, could influence them to add a black box warning why wouldn't his predecessor be able to prevent them from adding a black box warning?
Because people didn't
influence
people
can't go
didn't
just
want
one
to.
way.
People actually had integrity, and they wanted to make sure that there was some type of modicum of respect, and like the safety was from the studies, and it wasn't from like a handed down decision by what the HHS director says.
About 2 years ago, what is it, 2023? Yes, about 2 years ago, Moderna and Janssen started, even in their advertisement for the shots, they started saying, you could hear it in their ads on TV, where they would say side effects could, and they added, the myocarditis, pericarditis. Well, aren't those like serious side effects?
No, they're not. Myocarditis isn't a serious side effect. It's a temporary thing, and you can get it from your 600 to 1,000 times more likely to actually get it from COVID itself. So, definitely not.
Have you ever talked to a cardiologist about it? Because these are.
I mean,
or have you ever heard a cardiologist talk about it?
About the dangers of COVID?
No, about these issues, myocarditis.
Do you think that COVID is more dangerous than the vaccine?
No. I'm not saying it's either or. I'm saying that.
I'm asking you to a white and black question. Do you? And this is very analytical, no feelings, all data. Do you think that the COVID vaccine, is more dangerous than COVID?
It's, to be honest, it's hard to make that assessment. It's hard because I don't think the data is thorough. I don't.
Bro.
I think
I'm sorry, but you're all feels, dude. I'm too analytical for you, so I gotta go to bed. Sorry, dude. I gotta go to bed, guys. This is what it just is. There's just information, and people want it to be more spicy, and there's something here that's like, there's a different way, and it's just not, man. Thank you for coming up. Busy. I appreciate you, for real. I do have to go to bed. But I feel like we were just looping there. I appreciate you coming up, and you can come up in the future. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for watching, and thank you for watching a couple days ago too. And you're welcome here. You're welcome. So thank you, genuinely. Okay, real quick, guys. Let's do some GeoGuessr party. GeoGuessr party. I'm gonna get it this time. I won that last night. It's my lucky hat. I love it. Mods are gods, guys. I don't have any control of them. They run the show. It's they're the best. All right, guys, real quick. Y4D3C. Ducray has basically assembled, it's like Captain Planet in mod chat. They basically have, like, they've assembled a squad now. Ducray's, we need something with a D. Ducray's, she runs a tight ship. It's like Captain Planet, like, with our powers combined. You are Dr. Greg. And I get summoned here, and I am Captain Planet. And I appreciate them. I would be nothing without them. Y4D3C. It's okay, busy. Just get where you're going, bro. I'm nicer to you than they are. Dude, I had a guy in YouTube chat roasting me from last night. Oh my gosh. I woke up, I turned on OBS and I didn't realize that it wasn't connected. I like had, I have a chat screen here, but I guess it wasn't synced up for some reason. Because like there's like a streamer bot program that does chat anyway. And there was just like a huge stream of like hate messages. I was like, oh man, MT, what's up, dude? What's up, brother? Welcome in, man. CEO's in the chat, guys. CEO is in the chat. We need to get on our best behavior, okay? Don't. Kathleen. All right, we need a couple more. Y4D3C. MT, I love that that's your like profile picture on everything. You're like salute. It's so good. we covered the right-wing civil war and somehow didn't get the hammer, which was amazing. I appreciate you. Thank you, TikTok shop. Thank you, TikTok shop. We love the TikTok shop. Get all your Christmas shopping done in the TikTok shop, guys. Yeah, busy. We can talk about it more later. For real. I just wanted to go to bed. I did jiu-jitsu this morning, so I feel a little iffy and I'm not 100% yet. So I'm just having. Renee, it's going hard in the paint, dude. We love the TikTok shop. Anyone else? Anyone else trying to come? That's what she said. Sorry. Stop. Don't. Okay. Oh, nice. Nice, Charity. Okay, anyone else trying to come? Sorry, I didn't even mean to do it that time. I didn't even mean to do it that time. Y4D3C. We'll go in 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. Oh, Renee, yeah, we'll wait for you. We'll wait. Any jobs in the Seattle area? That's a good. I'm looking like nationally for consulting jobs and technology specialists for law firms too. So yeah, I'm looking around. It isn't very easy to move around on my phone. Do crates. We're gonna play GeoGuessr. Have you ever played GeoGuessr? You should play with us. Oh, is it GT raid? Oh man. What's up, guys? Oh man. During a GeoGuessr run? Oh yeah, we're playing GeoGuessr sometimes. Welcome in, guys. GT raid. What's up, guys? Souls, thank you. Okay. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Look at these people coming in. Oh, we got a big party now. Let's go. Oh my gosh. All right, 1 second, guys. 1 second. I'm sorry. All right, the challenge has been thrown down. Okay.
This
Okay.
is too funny.
All right. So
Oh
what?
my.
So what is? We'll start off first. Busy. We're gonna try to mute your mic because there's just a lot of background stuff. And then we'll take turns, guys. Renee, how about just say your piece? What are you thinking?
All right. First of all, we're humans, not robots. No one is able to not have a feeling. Accusing women of being the ones to only have feelings is so ridiculous. I can't even get into it right now. That's so 90s. Have you been paying attention to anything educational in the last 25 years, 30 years? Only women are emotional? You've been emotional this whole evening that you've been on. Yeah. Men don't get angry. Sure. Okay. But conspiracy theories are all based on fifis.
Yeah.
They are. It's all based on like some hunches, some intuition. That's not factual. Yeah.
I get very
That's
emotional.
what I have to say.
I get very emotional.
Yeah.
Busy.
We all do.
Busy. What are you thinking? Why? I don't understand how the emotion. Can't emotion like help you understand something better, like analytically?
No, I think emotions are useful, but I said earlier, I prefer to deal with distilled information, distilled of emotions, right? That's how I prefer. I never hold on, Renee, don't get in your feelings. I never said that women are the only. Hold on. You see, I was quiet when you were talking. Yeah.
I'm being quiet. I stopped myself before you said anything. You might notice that.
Keep going, Busy. You're fine.
All right. So I never said that only women get feelings. I never said that. I have kids. I have feelings.
Oh,
But when I'm approaching information in terms of this type of information, I distill it from my feelings. This is why I don't get into the Republican or Democrat bandwagon. I look at the information. I could care less what color tie you're wearing. I could care less how you tell me I should feel about it. I will look at the data, I will assess it, and I will make my mind up. I never said that men don't get angry or that only men could get angry. I never said that. All I said is the way Candace presents the information is loaded with, it is infused with emotion, and I don't want that kind of thing. I know a lot of people do. Personally, that's not my preference.
Okay, so if someone says something emotionally, you just check out. You can't like separate the feelings from facts on your own?
I am. I mean, initially I was listening to Candace, but once I found other people who was just presenting the information without talking about, oh, I had a dream or all these things or all my feels, because I don't do emotional manipulation, right? I'm aware of how people emotionally manipulate people or blackmail them into, oh, well, this is why you need to vote for this, or this is why you need to do this. No, look, give me the information, I'll make up my own mind. How about that? So I don't say that I'm unable to distill it. Again, I have kids. I have to be able to manage emotions. I see patients. I have to be able to manage emotions. However, I don't make the emotions the basis of my judgment, right? So if you're not able to understand this, what I'm saying, it's like the same way when you go to a courtroom and the judge will just ask you to answer a yes or no. Please don't tell me how you feel about this information. Just answer the question. Right? So, I mean, I just try, because look, there's all this information out there. And when you load it with all the extra information, that's just more time out of my day. And I'm really busy as it is. So just give me the information. I'll be able to assess it for myself. I don't need you to tell me how you feel about it or how you dream about it. No, I don't need all that stuff. I have way too much stuff to do.
Busy, do you know what like cry bullying is?
What is what? Sorry?
Cry bullying. Have you ever heard that term before?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
You mean like I'm saying somebody else is bullying me or something?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you kind of like feign this helplessness in this scenario because it's just like, oh, you're, and I feel like that's what happens a lot when people say like you're being too emotional. You're like, oh, this is what's happening. You know, like I can't even talk about this because you're being, so rude and that kind of stuff. And it's like, like get over it kind of thing, right? I mean, that's like what, facts don't care about your feelings. They're, being a snowflake. And that's what the Trumpers have said since 2015.
Well, again, I'm not saying that you're not entitled to your feelings. That's totally fine. I'm just saying how I prefer to ingest information. I want to ingest it distilled off the feelings. I do not want you to emotionally manipulate me. And this is what causes me not to be able to make friends in that type of way, the type of ride or die type of way, because I don't do that. I will tell you if you're wrong, and I will let you know if you're right. I don't need you to blackmail me. Oh, well, if we want to be friends or that we've been friends so long, therefore you're never wrong. No, I don't do that. I just give me the information.
It sounds like you have some trauma related to this.
No trauma related to it. I mean, I guess there might be some subconscious trauma. Everybody's been let down. Everybody has been manipulated in one way or another, I guess. But
I'm sorry?
I look. For example, I look at what these people, the prosperity gospel preachers. I see how they play on the people's emotions, and they end up buying jets and all that for themselves. They sell a dream of God will work for you. The
reason why I said that you are coming after women about it is because you only talked about Candace. And believe me, I don't like Candace. I don't like a word that comes out of her mouth. But if you're making a point that only women are emotional, which I listened to you for a long time, and that seemed to be the case. That's just not true. Men are emotional too. You are very emotional. There's no way that a conspiracy theorist is not using emotions to guide them. So that's my point.
Yeah, I mean, don't you think like Fuentes is very emotional? Like he's very emotional.
Yeah.
You just prefer the masculine way of presenting emotions. It's okay if it's angry. That angry is logical.
No, not at all. So, for example, it's the same thing with Nick Fuentes. Anybody. I listened to, for example, Real Baron, for example. I don't know if you've ever listened to a Real Baron podcast. I prefer personally, my preference is Ian Carroll. He does a great job of just presenting the facts, no emotions, right?
No, nobody does.
Minimal emotions.
Maybe like AP News. But nobody is like unbiased. There are emotions that guide them. Like you said, emotions can be helpful, right? They can be tools. They're always present. So picking out some people as being emotional and others as not is just kind of misogynist. And also, I am curious because I'm a little tired of this part. I'm curious about, like, you said that you don't vote Democrat or Republican. You don't vote at all?
No, I don't vote.
Why not?
I just find politics in the U.S. too corrupt.
Then why are you here talking about it then?
No, I'm telling you what the problem is. I mean, it's like me coming to the police station.
You don't.
Say, hey, there's some crooked cops here, and you're like, hey, why are you coming here then? I'm calling a problem.
You don't have any stake in the game.
Well, I do. I mean, I am represented by these people. I'm hoping that maybe I could reach out and, people become awake via these types of conversation. I am not the charismatic speaker.
Wait, you want us to be woke?
No, I didn't say. I mean,
you said you hope to awaken us.
No, you look. I'll say this: you do a great job at straw manning my positions about only men could.
You sound emotional.
No, not at all. You do a great job at straw manning. I'll say that. Right. Unfortunately, I'm also a good listener. So I could call it out. I recognize these things. And look, I think that I'm emotionally intelligent. So I recognize all the emotions that you're presenting and what you're trying to do to it right now.
I'm just not afraid of emotions, and I'm trying to help you understand that they're not scary, and that everybody has them, and that it's okay to vote for even imperfect people, because that would mean that you know, care about people who are affected when the wrong people are elected, when the worst people are elected.
Does Ian Carroll
So
vote?
it's a little bit rich to come on here and say that, act like you're neutral and logical when people are losing their lives, losing their jobs, losing their futures, having horrible things happen to them because
Amazing. Thank
of
you.
people not voting.
Yeah. So
and,
let me ask you
thinking they're above it or something.
All right. So
Like
let me ask you.
that's really unfeeling, but for very emotional reasons.
Okay, let me ask you a question. When you say you're thinking about people losing their lives, does this feeling that you have about people losing their lives?
I don't have a feeling,
Yes.
it's facts.
Yes, it's a fact. But this guilt of people unnecessarily losing their lives, does it stop at the U.S. borders? Because for me, it extends
Absolutely
globally.
not. Absolutely not.
So
Yeah,
for
this has global effects. You not
Exactly.
voting is having an effect on the world.
Exactly.
How do
So
you
this-
feel about that?
I'm trying to tell you right now. So when I see, for example, Obama or Trump, they're unaliving people in other countries. For me, if I vote for these people, I am part and party to the actions that they take. So
You
if
cannot equate them. You cannot equate them.
you mean
That
unaliving an
that
innocent
is
person?
so disingenuous to
How
equate
do you?
them.
Okay, tell me, how do you rationalize unaliving an innocent person? Tell me how you do that, because I can't.
That's a straw man.
How is that a straw man? I'm asking you a question. How do you rationalize it?
There has to be some greater good.
I
Like
already said.
when we like invaded Germany, you know, in World War II. I mean, there were a lot of innocent people that lost their lives, but at the same time, like we were taking on a global threat that had way more, you know, problems than we were dealing with.
Look, I'm not able to assess the facts of what happened in Germany. I did not live at that time. I could
You have to
assess.
live at the time.
Wait. But you understand? You accept that it happened, right?
Yes, I accept.
Oh, I see. Oh, he's.
I accept
The they that he's talking. This makes sense though. He can't say that Germany was wrong. That kind of goes along with him saying there's a they who's behind both sides.
I don't know what you're getting at. But what I'm saying is this: I can't assess what happened in Germany, right?
Why not?
But what I can assess.
Why not? That's weird.
Well, because it depends
You
on.
can't read a history book?
No, not that.
Then
It
what?
is- I'm trying to explain it to you. Is because in the same way, for example, like you know how they pull down, they canceled the whole Christopher Columbus Day, and the history books when we were kids presented Christopher Columbus in one way.
Oh, you
wait. Hold on. Let me get this out. Let me get out the thought. In 20, 30 years later, one
Make
second,
it faster. Just make it faster. I don't need the long story.
All right, sure. So what I'm saying is when I was a kid in school, Christopher Columbus was.
No,
hailed
this
as
is a
hero.
long story.
As an adult,
Just say
I'm-
what you're thinking.
Well, this is part of being emotionally intelligent. If you want to understand,
You're
data,
being
you have to be-
emotional?
No.
Don't be emotional. Just say your stance.
Or you try to frustrate me.
No, I really want you, instead of telling a long winding story, I just want you to say what you think.
Okay, and you think it would be quicker if you keep interrupting?
I think it'd be quicker if you didn't tell a long story and just
that's
said what you thought.
That's what I'm trying to do right now.
No, you're telling a story.
Okay, well, maybe I shouldn't tell you then, because
I think you should just say You don't trust history books
No, I'm not saying that.
because they exclude things or whitewash or change things or whatever.
Do you trust the history books?
Dude, did everyone
ahead, Dr.
did everyone that we think in World War II perish? That we think that history says they like that did.
I think so. I think so.
But how do you know you were never there? Do you trust the history books?
No. They perish one way or another. They're not here anymore. So
Oh wow.
one way or another, they did. I mean, it's a life cycle. What I'm saying is this: is that what I could have is the data
You're-
right now.
I think you're
Hold on. What I could assess is the data right now. Obama's own office assessed the innocent ratio of his actions in abroad as about 90%. His own people is saying that in the time that I'm alive. So I could assess that information because I don't have to wait 30, 40 years when through certain channels only. So that information is coming from his own people. So now if I know this information, that he's unaliving people on this scale, again, not by mistake, not by saying, hey guys, let's stop all of this and let's curtail all this action. We cannot allow this to happen anymore. No, it's just business as usual. If I vote for a person like that, I become part and party to that type of action. So now I become guilty of their actions. You understand that? You understand? It's like
I think I'm sorry. I'm stuck on the fact that you can't admit that like you're a Holocaust denier. I'm stuck on that. That's just so fucking weird.
Wait, did I
and
mention the Holocaust?
icky. That's really evil, huh?
I never mentioned the Holocaust.
Yeah, we're talking about the Holocaust, and you're saying, oh, yeah, those people are dead because of like a natural life cycle.
No, you when you said German, I thought you were talking about just the World War.
We're talking about World War II. Yeah.
Okay, then a lot of
Are you gaslighting us? Like, what's going on?
Sorry, bro. I used to. No, I mean, let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Wait, one second. One second. Weren't there more than 100 million people that perished on these things?
In World War II, the entirety of World War II?
Yeah. Wasn't there like some high number close to 100 million people?
Sure, but we're talking about the Holocaust specifically.
So, wait. So you want me to focus on 6%, not the entirety? Why do you want this special attention?
Because that is the basis for a lot of conspiracy theories. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it happened. I believe it happened.
Okay. Well, that's the thing, because you were doubting. You're doubting, like, history books and doubting that. Like, how can you trust historians? So, like, why would when you say that, people assume that you're a Holocaust denial?
No. Okay. Let's try this the other way. Have you ever heard of a thing called the Lavon affair?
Lavon affair? No. Maybe.
Never heard of it. Have you ever heard of a thing called USS Liberty? The attack on the USS Liberty.
Wasn't that the thing that was the false flag thing in order to start the Vietnam?
No. That was the Gulf of Tonkin, I think.
Okay.
The USS Liberty is a ship that Israel got caught up in. They were trying to sink it.
Yeah, again, dude. So it's just like, again, like, yeah, a part of a false flag operation. A group of Egyptian Jews were recruited by the Israeli military intelligence to plant bombs inside of Egyptian, American, and British-owned civilian targets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, this stuff happens, dude. I'm not saying that it doesn't.
Busy. Where do you get your information? You said.
Yeah, Ian Carroll. Like, why do you trust Ian Carroll? Like, how does he present his information, and why do you trust him?
Because what I like about him is he would just show you sources. He tells you what it is, and then he says this is a source. You could go look it up yourself. You don't have to.
Do you know how to verify good sources of information?
I think so.
How do you do it?
You get what I normally try to do is I use this thing. I'm not sure if you're aware of it. It's like an embarrassment principle, right? So I wouldn't go to your enemy to get a story about you.
This shit.
I would hear first what you admit, and if you admit these things about you, then I would take it as credible, because most people.
That sounds like feelings.
Well, I mean, if you call it that.
I mean, you're talking about embarrassment
On
and like
that's
enemies and stuff like that
are
versus like
not what they have
credible
seen at the
sources, like
historians do
good journalists,
Just in case you
ethical
were wondering.
practices.
So he's just he's just going through all the leaked photos and stuff, like, and he's just denying that he doesn't think that they're legit. He thinks that it's just they're all
We'll look
fake.
through all their photos in their Dropbox.
This guy looks so
But
credible.
this one is worth zoom. Well,
He's just going through each of them, and he's like,
What a
this is
grifter.
Fed slop, and he's like saying that that's
the
all
white
fake.
kids from Palm Beach, they have a family that's going to come looking for them with American rights and.
What's his background? Yeah,
idea.
cross-checking facts.
Yeah,
exactly,
definitely.
Gail.
That would be dope.
Yeah, he's on Twitch, and he just streams on Twitch and then puts everything on YouTube. Are you a subscriber on his Twitch or something?
Little St.
No,
James,
I don't,
north, south, east, west.
So he thinks that the island stuff is all fake. Do you think that the island stuff is all fake?
No, that's real.
Oh, okay. So you disagree with Ian?
No, if you were to look at that video, he's saying that they're doing this after they've cleaned up the site.
Hung out with him here.
Because
and ate
Epstein
breakfast
was
underneath
Epstein.
that photo.
Because
sterilized lab media
Ian
including
Carroll,
glassware. That makes perfect sense.
believes that the government is
Biological waste.
hiding stuff about Epstein.
So
That's
you're
what he
saying this one
believes.
is-
So he's saying that 5 years after the fact, they're now releasing photos. They've
Clown
had
mask.
all these years to stage and change whatever they want to change, and now they're releasing these types of photos, which
Anybody recognize
seems
what
like
these are?
they're not trying to be forthcoming.
It's as close as I can get. At least without downloading them.
It's not. I think that's an autoclave.
These look like kind of specialty machines for some specific purpose.
It is not an autoclave.
This guy did.
It's the smallest autoclave I've ever
Old
seen.
copiers? Centrifuge?
Oops. I'm curious. This is his. Let's see. This is his deceptive. I mean, I've worked in a lot of autoclaves in my life. I've used them for molecular biology constantly.
For not knowing.
What is an autoclave? He doesn't even know what it is.
What is an autopen?
Okay.
No, he's going through the photos. He doesn't know what these
steam
things
pressure
are.
and time to sterilize lab media, including glassware. That makes perfect sense. And
Okay.
biological waste.
Oh, so someone just says
So you're
says it in chat, and he goes, "Oh, okay, that
This
makes
one is
sense."
an autoclave?
That's an autoclave. So that
Not both of them, though, right? For the
Some of it
advantage
he
room.
verifies in real time.
Yeah.
I don't.
To sterilize equipment.
Does this guy has a background in journalism?
I think he considers himself a journalist. I don't.
Okay, so that seems emotional to me.
independent investigative journalists
feel-
and stuff. Like he's one of those guys.
Yeah, Ducre.
Ooh,
Yeah,
more
Heather, I did
suspicion.
too. Busy. Oh, I can't check Discord right now. I can't see. Busy. Are you able to vote in the States?
Oh, he sells super
I'm a
greens.
citizen.
Oh,
What?
I'm a citizen.
that's great.
You are okay. So you're choosing not to.
Wow, he sells super greens, guys. So you know that he's legit.
I would have personally. I would have voted for Bernie. I wanted Bernie Sanders, but we couldn't get that guy.
Look, man, I mean, genuinely, I do the thing that he purports to do, apparently. So, I mean, we go through a lot of documents, a lot of PDFs here, a lot of like Supreme Court oral arguments, a lot of like the Supreme Court decisions. I read a lot on stream. So like if this guy is doing that, I mean, I'm happy that there's someone else out for it, but I don't see him going through any documents. He's just watching things and kind of just postulating things from chat and going like, "Oh, okay, sounds good. All right, cool." Like I don't see like where's I'm like looking through documents, looking for documents. Where's the PDFs? Where's like because that's what it is, right? I mean, you have to go to original source documents and read them. It's not that fun, dude. It's not that great of content for a content creator. I'm telling you, as personally, it's not that popular.
I mean, there's a reason I think he's able to attract that many followers is because he distills the information, he puts it out in a compelling way. I'm not saying
Exactly.
that
He has a
it's
narrative. Yes,
accurate.
exactly. He has a narrative that he pushes. Yes, exactly. And a lot of all these guys have the same, BS right wing grift. I mean, that's the problem. This guy's
Well, he wants the Epstein's files released.
yeah, but he's obviously on. I mean, he's obviously has a right wing slant on his ideas.
No, I don't think so. I think it's he seems sincere.
He's not a good source, and he relies on emotional people like you
No,
to
he's not a
trust
source to
him
me.
and watch. You
He's
you
not
offered him as a source.
No, he's not a
When
source.
I asked you where do you get your information from, you talked about him.
No. No, I'm saying when I listen, look, in my busy schedule, right? So I prefer people who just sift through information, present it to me in an easily.
So you let him do your thinking for you.
Yeah. This
No,
guy
I
isn't
do the
doing
thing.
original reporting, dude. This guy isn't doing it on stream. And that's the thing that you said. You said you like the fact that he just presents what it is, and then he just says it, and that
Why don't you just read Reuters? That would be faster.
What's up, Ladies Life? How's it going?
I've listened to. I used to read Reuters when I was younger, and I realized that most of American media is just manufactured nonsense.
But he is just media, dude. That's what I'm saying. Is that where is your scrutiny for him? He obviously isn't actually going through original documents, and he's not actually, that's what I don't understand. He's not even doing the thing that you said that he is doing. He has a narrative. He's pushing it. He's more opinionated, and he has more of a slant, and he has less transparency than an accountability, frankly, than the New York Times, for example.
So the way I process information is, again, I focus on the information.
I'm sorry, you're not special in processing information. You are emotional.
I agree.
You're not
I'm
a
very-
special processor of information, and you're going to bad sources. So, I rest my case.
I agree with everything you said. Yeah, okay, I agree with everything you said. I'm the worst of the worst person. Look, I'm an idiot.
I didn't say that. That's so emotional.
No. I'll go further than you. I'm an idiot.
No.
Right?
Oh, now you're cry bullying.
No, that's fine. No, I'm not. I give you that. I'm saying I'm an idiot.
Okay, so
However,
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
What I do find is this, Renee, is that when I have a position, once I establish a position, I'm able to defend it. That's what I'm saying. Now, I could be an idiot, but I'm able to defend it without emotion, without speculating.
Yes, you are.
I'm just saying I'm able to defend it.
All of it
Logically.
is speculation, conjecture, zero facts from this guy. He doesn't have facts.
I want to interject really fast. So
What was the fact for you, Renee?
Busy Mom, if I can interject really fast. So
Sure, go ahead.
we depend on you guys on this live, right? To do what? To filter information as well. So
Don't
I
depend on you.
listen to Ian Carroll all the time, and
Okay,
he's
good.
actually spot on with a lot of stuff that he says.
Okay.
And he does a lot of research and a lot of background in certain aspects.
Okay.
So it may have been a one-off that someone recommended something and they took their word for it.
I'm looking.
Right, and he may have gone back and looked it up later on, but he is. I mean, I wouldn't even say he's right or left. The whole point is he's against corporate greed. And so
Where's
that's his
him
focus.
analyzing a document, a court decision, a report,
Well, that's not his. So he
That's not his
focuses
forte.
a lot on corporate corruption. So the stuff that he documents and actually, and he physically, you can go look up all of his things. He actually maps it out. So his focus is actually on
Right.
corporate greed, where they do a lot of. It's on his
He
website.
grifts his stuff.
Okay, so this is his
He's-
BlackRock.
Information
Okay,
about
this
What do you
is
mean his stuff that he's grifting?
okay. So this is BlackRock. So here we go. This would be a great example. Okay, Shill, his own video. He's reacting to his own video. This is what I should do. We should just react to my own. So wow. So this is his. Okay, so he has a
industrial complex.
How these things are connected.
And once I started mapping out companies like Boeing, General Dynamics, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon. Once I started looking at their boards of directors, who are selected by their shareholders.
Holy shit! So he's wow! Oh my god!
Right?
Yeah.
The interests that are controlling everything in our country, everything around our globe in a certain way, it starts to demystify why the world is the way it is. Maybe even after you shave.
Bro. Oh my god.
No, he's legit. And I will say this, he just came out with the Buyers app. He didn't even create it. Someone came to him after listening to his live. They created it, and they have a Buyers app now, which helps you support local businesses versus corporations. And that was the whole video you saw a second ago with all the red. It's all the things you buy in a store supporting corporations or actual small businesses.
Okay, I love that. I'm a huge fan of small business. Okay, but like, okay, here we go. This is the non-conspiracy analytic no emotion test. What has more power on our reality and our politics? This web of boards or billionaires and how much money that they have?
But that's what he's focusing on.
That's precisely what it is.
No, you guys don't understand. No. What he's manifesting and what he's seeing is the power of billionaires, not this interconnected conspiracy web of like board of directors all working together and stuff. They have a lot of money and they're connected in that way because they're billionaires and they have a lot of different business interests. They're not just like conspiring together in order to mischievously like puppet master the world.
So he's not even giving that conjecture. He's not even saying that they're conspiring to control the world. He's just making the connections.
That's what he was saying. That this is what how the world works is through this web.
That's not exactly what he's saying. He's saying that this is one compartmentalized issue. Here's the point. You're focused on health. He's focused on the business aspect as far as trading and stuff, and as far as stocks. So the thing is that you guys all have an area of expertise, and that's just what he does. He's helping in the way he knows how to, right? Just like you're helping in the way you know how.
He's Charlie Day, and It's Always Sunny, pointing at his cork board with the red yarn.
All right,
that's what this is.
Host, are you aware these companies they extensively lobby the government?
Yeah, no shit, dude. Of course. Like,
all right, so why? wait. So why do you think they would apply any other strategy in their business? They're using their resources to shape the policies of the government. Why would they use their businesses in any other way? That's what they're putting their money on. So why do you think it's sus or dubious that they're actually doing this? I mean, they do it with the lobbyists. Why don't you think they would do it with their CEOs and their executives?
Okay, if you have to jump to a conclusion, then that is you're just gonna fall for anything.
Jump to which conclusion?
Yeah.
Don't these people spend millions of dollars lobbying?
Okay, then let's see those facts. You can't just show some pictures.
He doesn't.
And some lines.
You can actually log onto the website. You can look at all of the documentation.
I'm not logging onto a website.
No, I'm just saying you can if you want to. He has all the resources there.
You have to log in?
It's not a login situation.
Why would you have to log in? Is that so he can have my information?
Is that what you're focusing on?
That's interesting. Well, you said that. And
he's just talking about he has resources that he posts. That's just his Buyers app. That's the app you can purchase that shows what companies, when you scan, it just shows what companies, whether it's a corporation or whether it's a small business. And it doesn't dictate anything other than just your decision on whether you want to buy it or not.
Okay, yeah, I think getting back to the point, I think that you can have more objective sources of information that aren't trying to get money from you, and not like from grifters who want your money. And yeah, I don't think that's.
Why is it so bad to do something for money? Are we not all trying to like create a situation where it could better everything? His money is actually.
If I'm gonna give money to someone for information, then I'm going to make sure that they actually have like the right expertise and background for it.
But he has the right expertise and background for his
Not for
business.
me.
And well, that's the thing though. That's just your personal opinion, right?
It's not really. I kind of believe in education. I know you don't, but I do.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Why are we all telling each other we can't make money off of something when what we're
I'm not. I'm a small business owner.
Yeah, I am
Really,
too, right?
really.
So here's the thing.
One second, I wanted
We
to
all
ask
are
Renee.
gathering money to help better stuff. Like right now, I have some money that we're investing in, right? We have investors, and the things that we're doing are trying to offset what the corporations do. So why can't we make money? If they're making money off of us and we're not complaining to them, right? I mean, they literally get you for anything and everything. You go to Starbucks, they're going to charge you per pump, right? They make all this money off all these things. You can't deviate from it. Right? So why can't, like, if we could figure out a way for Greg to make money, why can't we? And I'm sure he would have no problem with it if it's going to help people out.
Because people can be corrupt and use lies and psychology of like fear mongering. They can become very successful by getting people through their emotions, through their scared feelings, their anxiety, to get them to
what do you think
believe
the government
things
does?
that aren't.
Apparently.
Renee, who do you go to for information?
People with degrees in
Could you
journalism.
name somebody?
A lot of the unbiased news sources.
You call it unbiased, but could you give a name?
Well, they have it mapped out on who is the most neutral, who just gives facts.
Yeah, well, I'm asking
Usually
you,
like
who are these people?
Reuters, AP.
Reuters?
Uh-huh.
AP. Okay. So Reuters and AP. Well, from my perspective, and I think most of American perspective, this is why they're failing spectacularly, is because most of America is now relying on independent journalists. The mainstream media is dying quickly in front of our eyes. We see that their viewership is plummeting. This is why you could have the Candace getting what she's getting, because she's asking critical questions. The questions that if she was to try to ask if she was working for CNN or Fox or MSNBC, she would get fired for asking these questions. But a lot of people want to ask these questions because a lot of people have these questions. When you run away from it and you have to tiptoe around your feelings because these questions may upset you, people don't like this. People want to hear all of it, and they don't want you to give them these guardrails as to, oh, you can't hear that, you can't listen to this person or that person. People don't want to live inside of this bubble that you feel safe in. We want to be able to make our own decisions. So when you say, oh, you can't listen to this guy because he's not an expert on such and such, but I'm sure you just named Reuters. Reuters just hire anybody, whoever they want to hire. For example, this guy that bought CBS, he hired Barry Weiss to run their stuff. Barry Weiss.
Sorry, you listen to this guy, this grifter who wants to sell you his tea, and you're saying that I shouldn't listen to actual journalists?
Well, Reuters make millions of dollars off of their news, don't they? Is Reuters?
I don't know. I don't know. Yes, we live in a capitalist system, of course.
So why is it capitalist when Reuters
but
does it,
there
and
are actual facts. There's actual truth, and that matters.
All right. Well, look,
that matters. And so leading people into conjecturing, like showing them something and saying, well, this seems really obvious. That's not facts.
So what's wrong with what Ian Carroll did? What have you noticed wrong that he did?
Because like if he fell into like the obvious trap, like the BlackRock world, police or world order. I mean, that doesn't make any sense, man. Like but BlackRock is an investment bank, so they're going to buy a lot of like different companies, and they don't have a ownership share of all these different banks. So like
He explains
all these stocks. Well, he's making. What are you talking about? He's linking together all of them and linking them together as if the board of directors are all linked just because BlackRock owns the stocks. Like
It's not necessarily that.
Journalists are held to a standard. Journalists are held to a standard. They get fact checked. They can be called out. They can lose their jobs. They have to print retractions. He doesn't. He can say whatever the hell he wants.
Hey, Renee, how often have you listened to him?
We just brought it up.
I
He just brought it up.
listened
I'd never heard of them
Then
before.
you don't even you don't even have enough context to even put the judgment
I don't
on him yet.
know. Yes, I can.
He brought it up as a someone that does original reporting and presenting documents and not giving any bias. And I haven't looked at this. I looked at about 20 hours of his stream, and I've never seen him actually pull up a single document. He's never actually produced a single primary source, one dime.
So you'll have to go into his website and look at him more, because all of his resources, like yours, are not just posted on your videos.
I am.
Why doesn't he have it? Why doesn't he have it on these open videos?
I have. They're all
No, he
streamed.
does.
It's all
That's what I'm
streamed.
saying. There's a lot of videos he posts, a lot of this stuff that you can see, and then he tells you where to go to find all the resources. So he doesn't just say this is a connection. He actually physically connects.
Okay,
them. All you need to go
let's
look
find
at.
his resources. Let's find his resources.
I can't find it.
But here's what I want to ask.
Cancel
Why are
Eve
all of
Fair?
us trying to figure this out and go down this maze of like what's going on in the world, and then us, and I'm just saying us as the people on this panel or in the comments, putting judgment on other people who are just trying to look for answers on why the direction is going the way it's going, right?
Because
Wait,
people are spiraling
why are you
down
in your
into
feelings?
I'm not in my feelings. This is fact. I'm asking you a question that's factual.
Because people
Why
are
are you
You're saying why?
spiraling.
You're saying why can't I judge the fact that he doesn't have any actual
No,
documents?
that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
You're
No,
saying
I-
I don't have the right to judge him because I don't have enough
hold on.
context.
First of all, I've never said you don't have the right to judgment. I said that their judgment is very narrow. You haven't looked enough into his stuff to place a complete
That's
judgment.
Yeah,
Your
that's
judgment
what
is
I
biased.
just said.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
point is,
I have a bias against people who are grifters.
the
Why
problem
do you
is
think everyone's a grifter though?
the problem is that he's
Not everyone.
He's spiraling into conspiracies and not substantiating his claims. I mean that is the reason why it's
Yeah.
obvious that he's
Well,
pushing
he's substantiating his
conspiracy.
claims. You have to look for them.
I'm
If you
looking
have
20.
to
I'm
jump,
looking
if
so
you have to
many-
stretch and reach really far for it to make
It's
sense.
actually not that far. It's actually not that far. I think if you go to his TikTok, just because
Okay.
I kind of check back in on people that like I had a connection to like during COVID and stuff. He like they'll typically have like their like largest videos like pinned or whatever, and he's one of the ones that had like one of the ones from the beginning of COVID pinned, because those were the ones that got really popular when people started like getting stuck in their houses and actually getting onto the internet and realizing that all this shit was going down. So he became like a trustworthy like source of seeking the information out. And then I think now we're kind of all at a point where we're thrown back into this whole mess of like trying to survive. So he's just thrown back into, you know, like what he likes, like what he's doing, like, and what he was able to make a following off of, like when things got really, really hard. And it was based off of like back in those days, like TikTok wasn't owned by our government. You know what I mean? Like it was still pure in its sense of like connecting people that were truly trying to just truth seek, you know? So maybe right now, and like all the content that he's like put out recently has like, it's just hard to sift through his stuff too. But I'm sure that if you go to his TikTok, if they haven't taken it down, like it's still up there. Like he got, popular from just kind of exposing like, oh, hey, like, did you guys know that all these different brands are actually like from the same brand? Because many people didn't know that. Like a lot of us did know that, but some of us didn't. And COVID kind of like threw a lot of us that didn't know it into knowing it. So, you know, we're all on these like knowledge, truth seeking journeys. And I just think it like really sucks when, I don't know, like I love this channel. I love Dr. Greg. Like I'm here quite often. And I'm just here to watch and listen to things because I've been observing for a long time and not really been acting.
I have the same mission. I have the same idea, right? We're all trying to learn and we're trying to figure things out, but my shows look vastly different than his. right? We have PDFs. We're learning like SCOTUS decisions, judges' decisions, SCOTUS oral arguments. We have PDFs that we have to share, the hundreds of pages of documents that we go through. Like, you know, and I don't see any of that on his. So I'm curious, like, why does my show look so much different than his? And why does he have 2 million fucking followers? And I'm like, I don't know. It seems like he's obviously not doing that. He's obviously not reading hundreds of pages of documents on his stream. And I'm reading up dozens of his streams now, and not a single PDF and not a single document and nothing. I'm not seeing anything. So it's like, so it doesn't seem like he is doing any of his own research. He isn't doing anything. At least he's not doing it now. He's not doing it on the show. Maybe he's doing it beforehand, and he's giving you guys something. That's what I'm saying. Then that is okay. So then that he isn't allowing other people to do their own research with their show. Like my show, okay, people read the documents with me, and some people have different opinions on that than I have. That's fine. That's cool. I love that, you know, but that I am actually allowing other people to do their own research, because we research it together and we read the documents together, so people can come to their own conclusions. This guy has a conclusion already, and just by what he is presenting, he has a narrative. So that's what I'm saying, is that he's constructing the conspiracy, he's constructing the narrative before the show starts.
Yeah, based off of his own internal workings, like not in a collaborative sense. It's all from him.
Exactly,
for sure.
and that's bad.
Yeah.
That's not good.
I think, but that's what I was saying. Like, he got big during the start of COVID, when we all were forced to kind of go home and kind of forced us to be in our minds and kind of forced onto the internet, and people found collaboration through TikTok. Like at the very beginning, I'm talking like 2019, 2020 to 2022. Because after that,
so you feel attached to him. And that's totally fair. But somebody who's in this position who is
no. It's not attachment. It is my algorithm that keeps bringing me back. So it's not my organic attachment.
Well, okay, sorry. When you started talking about him, you were talking about how he like grew his following, and it was about he was offering things. It was like smaller TikTok. It was about finding the truth. Like
it was big enough to where he had a pure organically grown following on TikTok.
Okay, sorry. I read into your tone that like you felt a connection to him, that you felt like he was like doing great things for you.
Yeah, I was one of the mass people that like my algorithm showed me, and I was like, oh yeah, like I know this stuff already, but yeah, like like it'll show me things. It'll show me people that I don't fully 100% like agree with, like maybe on every scope of their life, like their politics and their this and their personality and all of this, but like there's one piece that connected me with them. And so it's not like this codependency, like I need him in order to do my own research. Like it's none of that. But I get that that's probably what he can give to some people that are a little bit more marginalized than I am.
Okay, so I can understand that. I can understand like having a connection to somebody, but I still think if someone, you have to be really critical about, okay, what, like if you want to say follow the money, right? You got to be critical about your news sources, about what is in it for them.
Obviously.
So he's built a brand for himself. He's making a lot of money off of it. He's not providing. He's not being responsible about the information that he's handing over, because it feeds into conspiracy theories. He's going to get a lot of followers compared to Dr. Greg because of his whole brand and how he does this
thing on conspiracy theories just the other day, and when it's kind of not his thing, but it's kind of nice to get like a few debates in. It's kind of nice to get people that think in different ways, people that you don't fully 100% agree with. But there's a reason why the algorithm is connecting all of us together all the time.
That's fine. It's one of the problems that I think is pushing these conspiracies to people, and why people are more conspiratorial nowadays than before, is because there are these truth sayer gurus that people go to, and they just kind of uncritically get like, oh, if this guy believes this thing and I trust him on this thing, so now maybe like this is true too, and maybe like, wow, he's asking this question, maybe I should be asking that question too. And in reality, you're kind of like going down this rabbit hole that you don't realize it, and then now you're all the way in, and you're like questioning like the most insane stuff that you shouldn't really be questioning. It doesn't really make that much sense. Like,
wait,
you know,
it all starts with undermining
what color was
education.
no, stop. What was the color of the shell that you hatched out of, Busy?
I don't know. I didn't hatch from out of shell.
Well, how dare you? Wow, the conspiracy grows even thicker. How insane!
No, you see.
No,
I didn't have a problem with you
I'm just asking
me
questions. I'm just asking questions. Did you grow? How did you eat your shell when you hatched out of it, or did you leave it?
No, I wasn't hatched. See the thing about
no,
the
but
truth.
obviously you were.
Second,
obviously you were, because
truth.
there are tons of lizard people in the world, and it seems like you're one of them, and you're trying to
I've
cover
heard this
it
guy
up.
talking about lizard people, but there's no evidence for that.
Does he? Does he? I don't even know. There that obviously is a big conspiracy that people do talk
It's
about.
not just a conspiracy. The government did actually come out and say it, just no one gave a fuck. That's why they said it right now, because they knew that none of us were going to care.
The truth could withstand scrutiny. If you have the truth, you should care you shouldn't care who is asking questions, because you have the truth. I don't see what the big deal is.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what science is.
No, it's not. That is not what science is. That is not what science is.
Being told that you can't trust like the elite educated and whatnot, and then not going to school and learning how to think critically, not knowing how to identify good sources of information. That's why we're here.
Thank you. Exactly.
That's why we have people who think that they are qualified.
Ruben,
who can say, "Oh yeah,
you failed the Rubin test. The Rubin test, you failed." Even Ruben is like, "What are you talking about?"
The problem from your approach, the problem is because you've had this monopoly on information for decades. And once social media opened up and people started to hear alternative opinions, people who are blacklisted from the media, people who have PhDs
for good reason.
People who have PhDs in the relevant
you want
fields,
someone off the street to do your surgery? You want someone off the street to do your surgery, or do you want someone who's been educated?
I want educated people, right?
Okay, so then do that for your information about other things too.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. When I got off, like for example, the COVID narrative, was because there were two doctors in Berkeley. They had practices, they had clinics in Northern California and Southern California, and they were holding a press conference on how they were treating COVID patients. And non-doctors at YouTube took their channel down. Mind you, this is at a time when everybody is saying this is a novel virus. We know nothing about it. Why would people who
because it's important to have a unified response when it's a pandemic?
Renee, ask yourself this question. Who would have more expertise on this subject? The people at YouTube, the tech people at YouTube? Hold on. Or the tech people at YouTube, or the doctors treating the patients?
The people at YouTube were probably directed by public health people, because it's important to have a unified response that is based on verifiable information when there's a pandemic, because it's deadly.
So that's not how medicine works. Unfortunately, I'm sorry for you.
We didn't have the time or the space.
Doctors treat individuals. They don't treat a study. They treat individuals. So every doctor could.
Just a little side note, like the White House did that recently, where like they took down a lot of information that was actually factual, and they've taken down information from other websites that are factual.
Yes.
So we can create this like quote unquote unified thing, which like doesn't even exist, because like, I mean, I actually don't even know. You know what I mean? Because we're so tailored, like our news is so tailored to us right now. Because
oh my God.
Do you see what
you know what? You know what? Burn it all down. Just
doctors
that's not the answer either.
Is there a comet nearby?
No, the doctors.
Is there a comet nearby? We're sunk.
Is there one? Really? I had no idea.
I hope so. We're sunk.
Because I did not fucking pay attention to that, because I also understand where who is this Busy is coming from too. Do you know how the medical doctor system, the whole thing started? They burned down anybody that knew anything about herbs because they wanted to succeed and they wanted to create this unified thing based off of petroleum. That's a fact.
Yeah, do you know, for example, this thing about the whole ivermectin thing, right? We're giving patients in our hospital, mind you, we're giving patients in our hospital ivermectin at the same time when the entirety of media is calling it horse paste.
Yes, for scabies. For scabies and parasite infections, not for COVID.
But that's fine. But you don't get to call it horse paste.
Oh my gosh, this is the cry bullying stuff, dude. You just gotta stop being such a snowflake.
This is where you're lying to the public.
No, you're lying. No. Listen. The people that don't know what they're talking about are actually sowing disinformation and saying that ivermectin is safe in order to take for COVID when it wasn't. Even Merck, the company that has the money and the financial incentive, which would be one of these pods that this guy's drawing the thing to. Merck has all the financial incentive in the world in order to actually say, hey, like, yeah, dude, COVID, ivermectin definitely works. All the studies show that it didn't, despite 3 other antivirals actually being approved at the same time, which completely busts the FDA wanted to only approve vaccines, and that was the only thing that they wanted to do because they had that narrative. Like, it's just, you don't understand,
and at the very least,
bro.
we do want the FDA to work for us. We do want our doctors to work for us instead of us having to go to street drugs.
No, you have to be honest here, right?
I've been honest this entire time. You have to be honest. Again, this is I'm just asking the question. How often do you lie?
No, I don't.
Why won't you answer? Why won't you answer that question? I'm just asking a question. I'm just asking a question. What's wrong? How often are you lying right now? How often are you lying? See, wow, you can ask questions and they can be kind of pernicious, can't it?
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. If you take your son
yeah,
right
that's
now,
what lying. It sounds like you're
If you
lying.
take your son right now to the clinic, right, and he has some type of lung condition or an infection, and he has a cold, and the doctor decides to give him amoxicillin. Are you aware that amoxicillin, we also give that to animals? So if your doctor
that's a bacteria. It's an what are you talking about? Amoxicillin is an antibiotic and a virus. That's a virus. A cold's a virus. What are you talking about? That would never happen.
Ivermectin is as well. But
yes,
they tell
it's an anti-parasitic.
1 second, bro.
No, it's not. It is not an antibiotic. It's an anti-parasitic.
Well, let me get my point out.
You don't even. Well, you would say a correct thing.
I'm not sure. Parasites are also biological creatures. It falls under that category of antiparasitic, but they're all antibiotics.
No,
I'm not sure if you're aware of this.
No, they're not.
No,
bacteria.
What are you talking about?
Vaccines aren't the same as antibiotics.
No, vaccine. I didn't say vaccines are antibiotics. I'm talking about ivermectin.
What are you talking about? Ivermectin is not. No, it's
Greg,
not.
You're being. Let me get my point out.
It's an anti-parasitic medication.
If you go to the doctor and they're prescribing amoxicillin for your kid, amoxicillin is also given to animals. And if people around draw this hysteria, well, that's animal medication. This is horse antibiotic. You don't know what amoxicillin is, you would be hesitant to give it to your kid, right? No?
No, dude, there are use cases for it. Thank you, Efon. Thank you, brother. There are use cases for it, and there are studies done. Guess what? There are scientists, medical scientists, that are actually doing these studies and understand how the dosages work and all that kind of stuff. And what's happening is that during the pandemic, people didn't understand this, and they were trying to. They were running out of human ivermectin, and they were going and they were buying horse ivermectin that's for in dosage for the horse, and they were taking so much ivermectin that it was killing people, and they were going into the hospital, and they were trying to treat their COVID at home before they went to the hospital, and they were dying before they even got to the hospital. So this ivermectin BS actually did harm people, and it actually did kill more people even than the vaccine. Because only 10 people died from the vaccine, by the way. 10 people died from the vaccine. But you guys killed way more for this ivermectin BS.
Wait, did you have a study that showed that people died from ivermectin?
Yes,
Which
toxicity. There's studies. There's tons of reports of this. What are you talking about?
Because they were told that there was a conspiracy theory that it's all about money, and so that they should trust themselves or these other grifters, and then because they don't have the education for it, they took way too much.
I would say
So-
no. I would
so
say they did
what-
it on math.
the-
Like
the
they don't have a
problem-
dosage from a horse to a human, but that's besides the point. I didn't
Okay.
know that people were taking ivermectin as a form of vaccine or antibiotic as opposed to an antiparasitic. I've heard people doing it for antiparasitic, but usually only from like vets, like people that actually like know how to dosage correctly and like consider that like a horse is a 1,000-pound mammal.
Here we go.
And
From
we're
you
not.
asked for a study for
A
ivermectin
vet
dosages, and I
cannot
got
give it
you
to a
one.
human.
From May 1st,
I've
2020
heard
to
that's doing it to
December
the kids
2021, a
themselves.
total number of 1,777 cases were reported with ivermectin specifying an indication for COVID-19. Gastrointestinal and neurological effects were the most reported. Among 53 cases considered as serious, the most frequently reported concerned neurological disorders, 11 cases including one coma, 1 death, respiratory disorders, 2 deaths, gastrointestinal disorders, 1 death, cardiac disorders, 2 deaths by cardiac arrest, 4 overdoses were reported and were mostly associated with neurological disorders. Among those 4 cases, 2 were life-threatening and 1 case prolonged hospitalization. So this is just in that one case.
All right. So there's who gets the prescribed medication for a patient?
They weren't getting it prescribed.
No,
they were
I'm
just
asking-
buying it.
Yes. Wait. The reason they were buying it, the veterinary the animal formulation of it, was because the FDA, and they've never done this before, by the way. The FDA started putting restrictions on doctors' ability to prescribe. They've never done it for any other medication, any other time in the history.
I don't know
of the
if I
FDA.
gotta go to
Ivermectin was
bed.
the only one.
Okay.
So
I gotta
but
go to
the
bed.
question is,
Can I
who
just
gets to
say one thing?
prescribe for a patient?
Busy. You believe all of the same conspiracy theories?
No, because I have facts.
Wait,
I'm
let me
not
finish.
believing conspiracy theories. I have
okay,
facts.
No. All of your things that you believe come from a group of people, and it's all the same conspiracy theories.
And where do you get yours from?
Dr. Greg could ask you.
Where do you get yours from?
Dr. Greg could ask you a series of questions, and your answers would probably, for the most part, be consistent with a certain line of thinking that happens for conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, it's called
And you
critical
gotta
thinking.
ask yourself
It's called critical
why.
thinking.
No,
Boil
it's
it
called
down, bro.
it's called
No.
being duped because you don't have the education to be able to understand
You don't have
when
expertise.
people are tricking you.
Renee.
You just
No,
don't have.
that's it.
You just don't have the
That's
expertise,
it.
bro.
So
And-
You
and-
believe all the same things,
Yeah.
so it's
Who gets
basically
to
like you're
prescribe
in
for
a
a patient?
cult.
It's-
You're
Does
in a
anybody
cult.
know the
Look,
answer to that question?
You're in a cult,
Who
and I
gets to
gotta
prescribe
go.
for a
Good
patient?
night. Good
Good
night.
night. Good night. Dude, the thing is, dude,
It's
is
kind
that,
of a
and you need
language
to realize that you do not have expertise in everything, man. And that's the problem, like with a lot of conspiracy theorists, is that they think that they can wade into a subject matter, and within a couple of nights and a couple of blog posts, they feel like they can understand this, better than a medical doctor or a scientist that does population genetics or something like that. And now they're lecturing you on how bad a PCR is and how a PCR can't be a specific or some nonsense like that. Like, you just don't have the expertise in these subjects, and that's okay. You're never going to have
agree.
them.
I agree, but when I earlier asked about why then were the tech people never seen a patient in their life, they were taking down the channels for doctors who were actually treating patients in real life. Now, what is the precedent for that? What is the logic for that?
Sorry, the tech
Because
people
you're
were-
telling me, one second, you just told me that I don't have this expertise.
Yeah.
But here you have doctors who have this expertise. They're telling you what they're doing with the patients, and YouTube takes down their channel.
Yeah,
What
because they're
is the
selling
precedent for that?
disinformation. Good. And we should take their licenses away too. I don't think that they should be practicing medicine.
So doctors who have
that are
who
harming
have their-
people. That are harming people and that aren't following medical science should have their licenses removed. Yes, absolutely, because they are harming people.
Which medical science should they follow?
The medical science that has been proven by by the science.
All right, so okay, so I'll give you something here. I don't think you know how this works, right? So
Please. Thank you. Thank you for telling
patients-
me how science works. I appreciate you.
No,
Thank you.
I'm not telling you how
No,
science works.
please.
I'm
After
telling you
you.
how the
After you. Let me know.
No, I'm saying how the prescriptive process works, the prescription
okay.
process.
Okay, yeah.
So a doctor is presumed to work in the best interest of the patient. That's a presumption. That's the oath that they take, the Hippocratic oath. So you have the best interest of the patient at heart. So this is why the doctors always tell you, ask your doctor. So there's no blank check or in terms of blanket prescribing. You ask your doctor because your doctor is familiar with your case and he's acting in your best interest. So that's what these doctors do. So they use the data that they have to prescribe you some medication. Now, there's this process called off-label prescribing, in which doctors look at each other's work and then they say, well, this type particular medication is not indicated for this condition, but we see it work for this patient and this patient with these types of profiles.
Yeah, this is not
and
wrong.
they say,
That's
well,
not
my
medical
patient-
science. That's not medical science. And this is
No, no,
exactly what I'm saying.
that's
No,
off-label prescription.
and it's wrong. And
You
what
can- you can
happens?
Google this right
what
now.
happens?
It's-
No,
it's a-
no,
it's a-
no. Off-label
think
will
it'd be-
still be
It's a-
used. Off-label can still be used through studies, and you can understand it through the medical consensus that it's okay to be used for that stuff. It is not just like we were just talking about this. This is insane that it's just coming up. Like, physicians are not scientists. Like, what you're saying right now is that ad hoc, that these guys can just come in and be like, hey dude, let's just try this in and let's throw this in and let's do this. Like, no dude, that is not okay. And what's happening is that people that don't know what they're doing, that are grifting, that are trying to make a buck, are actually creating more harm because they're using their license that we give them, by the way, that as a government and as a state, we allow these people to have power over people's bodies to actually give them medication, and they're not following the medical consensus, so that they're doing harm. So guess what? We can remove that ability for them to do harm on people by taking their license away, and we should.
Why do you, for some reason, it seems as if you operate under this ethos that only the establishment could do good, and anybody
No,
who's
that's
there
just
from
what I
the
was going to say right now.
establishment
Let me say something.
is automatically a criminal.
Just because, let me say something. Just because there's an establishment for something doesn't mean that it should reign or have authority or have any of this over anyone else. It is your choice, your ability to choose if you want a doctor, if you want to go there, if you want to see them, if you want their expertise, if you want their knowledge, then you go to them. You don't have to. Like, but the thing is that there are so many things that have been imposed over us like that. But right now we're in a shift, like we're in a change. We're like, that shouldn't be and should have never been the whole thing. Like, the whole thing is to take care of people, and that it shouldn't be through a manner of control without consent. Like I totally understand where the language comes from. But like, I think in Dr. Greg's life, like what he wants is to, like, if we're going to collaborate on something, like instead of telling him kind of what you know and like that's your like mind frame of thinking, it's more like, what can you learn from someone like Dr. Greg? What can we learn from each other? And the thing is, like, you're in his life, so that's where like the whole thing with conspiracy theorists, like, it becomes a problem too, is that they just kind of like jump into people's lives and they're like, we know all this shit, and they try to project coming from the same ethos that was projected on us as a population for however many decades, living in early America. Like, we shouldn't be like that anymore.
Busy,
Yeah,
one second. Busy, I agree with you in the fact that during that time, I as a PhD student, I was doing science outreach because I thought that there was a big problem, that scientists wasn't actually doing the outreach to actually communicate what was actually happening during the pandemic, and I feel like that that was something that the science community could have done differently, and it does suck. I'm on TikTok and in Instagram, and I'm looking, and there's physicians out there that do awesome content and they make boilerplate content, but there aren't people like this show right here where you can actually talk to a doctor and actually debate these issues. And I don't know why there's nobody else doing it. Maybe I'm insane. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. There aren't. There aren't people in here.
You're a doctor as in a PhD, or a doctor as in a
I'm a
medical
scientist. Yes, so I'm actually more qualified than a physician to actually talk about the science that is done here. Yes.
Wait, are you a medical doctor?
No, I'm a scientist.
Okay,
Again, a physician isn't a scientist.
Yeah. So look, what I'm saying is this: if you go into a hospital, you will even find doctors deferring to other doctors. That is not my specialty. They defer to the other doctors all the time. These are practitioners in there. They know more about the subject than you would. What I'm not saying I have the answer. I am telling you what is the common accepted practice. As all doctors, they recognize this. The FDA recognizes.
Do you understand, Busy? Do you understand that doctors have the amount of patients that they have to see every day in order to meet a certain quota?
Yes, I
We have to
understand that.
see
Do you understand?
so many
Explain to me the
people.
difference between a scientist and a physician.
Well, the scientists, they do more of the research in terms of the lab, right? It's the doctors who actually do the real world study, because the doctors are able to try that thing that you tried in the lab on some mouse. That doctor is the one that administers it to a patient. They
If
get
they're
to
a
see,
practicing
they
doctor
get to
and that's their
see
main
if
form of
there's a,
income, they barely have the time.
what's that? Sorry?
If they're a practicing doctor, they barely have the time to do the research part. They can only conduct, like, basically, like, their sample size are their clients.
Yes,
A
but
scientist
doctors
sample
read
size
studies
is
all the
like
time.
thousands of people.
Doctors read studies all the time. Doctors defer to other doctors all the time. This is how you get new treatments. This is how you establish new protocols.
No, they
It's
don't. They
because
don't
the
just.
doctor says,
No, they don't.
well,
They
none
just
of
don't
our
go.
treatments.
They don't go to just be like, hey, what do you? I'm trying out this new ointment for what? What is it for? I don't know. We're figuring it out. And then what do you got? 2 patients? Okay, I'll do 2 patients. Okay, one of yours is the negative control. Okay, I'll use mine as one of mine is the positive control, and then we'll have 2 experimental. The fact that you don't even understand this shows that you have no understanding and expertise of actually what's actually happening here. But hey, you know better than me. You said that physicians know about scientists better than me. So go ahead, bud. After you.
I'm saying that the physicians know more about these things, the actual medications, than you do.
Yes, of
So
course, the
you
mechanisms of
would
actions
have-
and stuff like that. Yes, but they're not scientists. They're not actually doing the studies. They're on people. They're not experimenting on people. They're not doing the actual experiment clinical trial while they are doing it on people. They are using the clinical data as a separate thing, and then they're taking that knowledge and then they're applying it to that patient, and then they're doing the best case scenario for that patient. They're not scientists.
I agree. They're not doing an RCT when they're dealing with one patient. But what they are doing is a trial. This is why when the doctor gives you some medication, they will say, try this for this. And if it doesn't work, then we'll try something else. That's how they go. It is a trial, but it's a microscopic, it's a microcosm of one. So this is not something formal that they would enter into the RCT or some database. No, but they do have reference, so other doctors could say, well, this patient has a similar profile to my patient. That medication worked for your patient, even though it's not indicated for this condition. Let me try it because my patient has a similar profile to yours. Let me try that medication and see if it works. And this is how it goes.
You don't understand. No, this is exactly. You don't understand what science is. You don't get it. You don't understand experimental design. You don't understand what controls are. You don't understand it. You don't understand it. So that is the thing. You don't understand actual science, and this is why. This is a fundamental. You don't understand it. You don't. No, you don't. You do not understand it.
You're not a doctor, and neither are we.
You don't understand it. You don't get it.
I work closely in the field. I understand how this process works.
You don't get it. You're not close enough because you don't get it.
Pull up on your screen right there, off-label prescribing. It will describe exactly what I
off-label
just
prescribing isn't science. That's not what science is.
Yeah, it's just them tailoring something to the patient.
I just explained what it is.
And that isn't the scientific process at all. That is not what that is.
Yes, it is, because
no, it's not. No, it is not.
Tailoring.
No, it's not.
Patients.
We have fundamental. No, they're practicing medicine. It's not science. I think that genuinely this is literally the fundamental problem that we have with a lot of conspiracy theorists, is that they genuinely think that physicians are experimenting on patients, and it's like, I think we actually this is wild to me. This is wild to me.
I'm not saying that they experimenting on you in some frivolous manner.
It's not frivolous. It's not frivolous. The scientific method is not frivolous. That the controls and that is not frivolous.
I'm just trying to explain it. So off-label prescribing is when doctors look at data, including anecdotal experiences from other doctors, and they say they will try that medication on their patients. And they're only allowed to do this off-label process if none of the other approved indicated medications work for that. Bro, this is easy. You could easily Google this.
Yeah, but
everything I just said is true.
But again, this is okay. That isn't how. Okay, yes. Okay, and if that works, guess what? You have a study, have it, in the study, and you do actual controls with actual studies with science, and you do the analytics, and you get a nice p-value, and you do all that kind of stuff, and then guess what? If that off-label thing, then that gets approved through another study, and then you can do the stages and make sure you get the dosages right, and you get the LD50s, and you get all that kind of stuff, and then that is how things in medicine is actually made, and that is actually how consensus is made. But
That's not how off-label. That's not how off-label prescribing.
Okay, good. Thanks for letting me know.
You can bring it up on the screen right now. You can bring it up on the screen.
You are so out of your depths right now. You are drowning at the bottom of the Marianas Trench, and you're trying to tell me what color the sun is. You don't think?
I think there's a reason you don't want to bring it up on the screen.
No, it's because your language to him is so like, you sound like my dad. Like, it's so like, I'm right and I'm right about this one thing. And it's like, okay, well, but we don't want to look it up.
No, I don't think that's it at all.
You're so confidently incorrect. It's like,
What was
I don't
incorrect?
understand.
You just said I'm right, now you're saying I'm incorrect.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Since when did science replace common sense? Like, so I do holistic practices, right? And I work closely with this stuff. As far as my dad being, a head nurse, he works with a lot of doctors. My best friend's a natural, like she literally is a nurse practitioner. So here's the point: if they see that a medicine has a common like reaction, they stop using it. So they don't go to you and say, "Hey, can you redo the science on this?" They just stop using it. So here's the point: like when did common sense replace science? Like at the end of the day, we should have common sense and be able to see that like there's a recurring thing happening, right? And whether it's with an herb or whether it's with a green tea or freaking medicine, at the end of the day, you can kind of see if there's a recurring event. I mean, come on, we don't have to literally in every aspect of our life, we don't have to go to a scientist for it.
So
for medicine, yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yeah, for medicine, medical science,
here's
yes,
the
you
thing.
do.
That's the point. That's why I don't do medicine. Because
I
y'all
know.
can't even understand that things are fundamentally even start with
know.
elements.
We know you don't do medicine. We know.
Yeah, but that's not even it. Like, so today I found a biomedical research pioneer, which his name is Joel Wallach, right? He used to be a veterinarian. And after 40 years of practicing veterinarian and knowing that it was all the symptoms that he was curing was with elements, like it was literally nutrition. So he became after 40 years, he became a naturopathic physician. So now all he does is educate people on that because he knew the fundamentals. And listen, he has all kinds of awards and stuff. You can look him up. So the point is, I mean, at the end of the day, there's a disconnect somewhere, but you can't keep saying that your science is the only answer.
Yes, it's to understand the world and to create new knowledge and assimilate new knowledge and
common
to
sense is also
because the common sense
they're removing the ability for someone to think critically for themselves, right? Like that's not, you're removing every aspect and you're putting fear into people saying, well, we're not educated, we don't have the degrees, we can't look into something, we can't have common sense. I mean, listen,
I'm actually curious about what Google would say off-label.
The reason people were even using ivermectin for parasites or bacteria, right? The point is that they work hand in hand to create a degraded state in a cell, which is oxidative stress. So if they are loaded with parasites and they're under a stressed state, it's depleting minerals. So if they take a parasite like solution, right, and remove parasites from their body, then their health may be encouraged. Their immune system may go up. So it may remove what the symptoms they had of COVID. So listen, at the end of the day, I'm not saying everything's a one size fits all, but it doesn't mean that we have to just use science for everything. No, it works, by the way.
We do if we actually want reproducible results. That's the thing. Like we can have N of one.
Your science is biased in itself.
No, I think it's
humans are biased. Humans have an innate bias towards a lot of different things. So there's like you have the there's a lot of different innate biases that humans have, and the whole point of the scientific process is in order to prune those. That's why you have controls. That negative, positive controls, independent, dependent variables. This is the idea is to remove that so you can only narrow in on one variable, and then you can see like what actually happens. That's the whole point.
No, the whole point is that you don't even understand biologically that everything fundamentally runs on elements. And so you turn to frickin' science for all your bullshit answers instead of even going to the source, which is elements to begin with.
Yeah. I mean, Busy.
If
I don't know if you've met Light as
starts
Life
to
before,
degrade-
but she's gonna take you down like a flat as Earth is flat, and she's gonna make you look
You can
real
mock
bad
me,
here.
that's
Yeah.
all.
I don't Light. I don't mock you at all, but I'm just saying like
That's mocking.
she's gonna take you. No, I'm saying that Busy. She's gonna take you down this road, and I'm just telling you right now that it's not gonna be. You're not gonna be able. You're gonna try to defend off-label drugs right now, and I'm just saying. It's not going to make your point. Your point is not going to be made.
I think there's an industrial component that nobody trusts, and we're all just trying to find a piece that we can hone in on and actually like make work for humanity, because humanity is not an industry.
I think that people there
I think
are.
this is hilarious. I think that we have been using natural medicine, right? All kinds of nature for all these years, and all of a sudden nature's our enemy. We have all kinds of diseases because she's trying to attack us. We have all these, instead of just coming to the fact that everything's degrading, right? They're not spraying anything in the air. They're not doing anything to cause an oxidative stress in the ground or anything. Electrons, like you understand they attract water, right? So as we deplete the minerals in our soils, it's not gonna even hold water longer. Like, all this is science-backed studies that they believe that this is proven shit. Like anyone, you want to increase your water intake in your soil, start composting. It's actually science. Go look this shit up. Here's the point. You know why? Because when you go into a study of what electrons do, they hold in hydrogen and oxygen. Like, so this isn't stupid stuff. This is things that people should start understanding fundamentally, knowing that it's been dictated, like all your lives have been dictated to you, right? And here we are. We're not trying to understand it. Most of us already fucking understand it. Just people can't catch up.
Well, that's what I think Dr. Rick was saying earlier to him, that like studying in science and like research PhD, like all this is explorative to him. But we're obviously all here connecting with him through the algorithm because he's not one of those. You know what I mean? So like, it kind of sucks when like I see him trying to debate people like Busy who are like, well, it sounds like you have this. And it's like, it sounds like what? Like, what does it sound like? Like, where's the trauma? Where is that? Like,
here's the thing. First of all, I didn't come to Dr. Gray for an algorithm. Someone recommended me. But second of all, electrons have never even physically been seen, right? And yeah, electrons are attracted to what? Like, what binds electrons together. Brittany, like, this is fucking ridiculous. I'm going to tell you, what binds electrons together? What holds them down where they can actually create lattices and start building shells? What is it, Dr. Greg? Fucking tell her. What is it?
I have no idea.
It's hydrogen. It's fucking hydrogen. What is hydrogen? Right? It's fucking water. Like, people are so ridiculous in their fucking their retardedness. Y'all don't even know the fundamentals. Fucking go look up what electrons and hydrogen do to your body. It's not insane.
Reactive oxygen species.
Your
I know.
own science. Your
Light,
own science.
I think you might be mixing up some of the words here.
No, I'm not mixing up
she's
anything
actually
fundamental.
no, she's actually right. She's just
No,
very
I'm spot
upset,
on. I'm
and I
fucking
fully
spot
agree.
on.
Yeah.
That's what I am. Go look it up.
Busy. I'm telling you, you're gonna be on my side for a second here. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, you're gonna be like, man, Dr. Greg was actually. Never mind.
I just, here's the thing. The reason I get frustrated is because of the ignorance. I'm not passionate about anything. I'm frustrated with stupidity. That's what I am. I'm frustrated. Because there's stupidity out there that people don't even have a clue of what's going on, and yet they have to turn to science and not even use their own common sense, right? Anything that I'm talking to you about, you can go look up right now on the same Google Scholar that Greg uses, and go look everything up that I just said and use it.
But my frustration is that you're taking bits and pieces of things that I love that you're learning about. Genuinely, I think it's cool that you're reading more papers and you're bringing these things together. Okay, you're building this. This is the research, right? But now you have to do the hard work of actually testing a hypothesis.
Greg, I've been doing the hard work for well over 10 to 15 years. I don't just sit here and study.
Then put out the study. Then put out the study.
What do you think I do?
Put out
I
the
just came up with
study.
a whole 40-page fucking protocol.
I will
just said hydrogen
hydrogen bonds every electron, and it doesn't.
Yes,
it
it's the
literally
fundamental.
doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
There
It's
is
the fundamental.
not hydrogen bonding every electron. Hydrogen.
I didn't say there was hydrogen on
has
every
electrons
electron.
in it. Hydrogen is bigger than electrons. Electrons are subatomic particles.
Did you not
Hydrogen
just hear what I
is an
said?
atom.
Did you
I
not
love
just hear what I
this.
said? I never said that electrons are.
Yes, you did.
No,
you
no.
totally
What
did.
is an
You
electron? What
totally
is
said it.
Yeah,
and we
I
heard
thought it
you.
was going to be
And
plasma.
then you
No,
also
I thought
used
plasma
the
could make
R
sense.
slur.
Call Bob.
You
It's called
actually
phase
used
locking.
the R slur too.
Hey, call me Bob. It's called phase locking. Go look up what the fuck that is. Right? The electrons have never even been physically seen. It's literally theoretical anyways. So go look up how they couple and they call it phase locking. Go look up what phase locking is, ma'am. Go look it up. What is phase locking?
Lightest Life, go look up the terms of service for this app and find out if it's okay to use the RETARD word. Do that first. Okay?
Yeah.
Do that first.
Yes,
but I'm
ma'am.
going to tell
Yes,
you, I
ma'am. I
don't
sure
have to
will.
look anything up to tell you that an atom, which is hydrogen, is not present in every other atom as a bond for subatomic particles. Because
What are
I
you
know
talking
the
about? What are you
difference
talking about? Photons? What are you talking about?
between. Darling, please stop talking and listen.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
Of course I do.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, then what's
I
your,
know.
let's see.
that
Let's
you
see.
don't-
If you
I
haven't,
know that,
to be on
that
Greg's
you don't
panel,
have
Electron
an
is a subatomic
atom
particle?
inside every other atom to bond subatomic particles. Electrons are subatomic. Hydrogen is a whole atom. Do you not know the difference? You keep saying elements like you know. Do you know even how we figured out what elements are?
yes,
Or
I
how
understand
many
what they
there
are. I'm talking
what
about how they come
subatomic
together
particles
to
are?
create matter. I'm not talking about them individually.
Like, duh.
So what did I say that was wrong? What did I say that was wrong?
You treated electrons.
You
You treated electrons like an atom instead of a
Oh my
subatomic
God,
particle.
literally
It's not
all
an
of it.
atom. It's not the
No,
only
she didn't treat
physical
electrons like
compartmentalization of an
atoms.
atom.
She treated an atom like a subatomic
I never even said
particle.
atom.
There,
I never even said atom.
I
said
know
cell.
you didn't say atom because you don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, I
you don't
do.
know
It's
that
fucking called a
hydrogen
cell.
is an atom.
Go look
you
it up.
said hydrogen is water. Hydrogen is not
No,
water.
I didn't
it's
say
part
hydrogen
of
was water. I
water.
said it
Yes,
attracts
you did.
hydrogen,
We heard you.
Yeah.
which is what?
Somebody
H2.
even repeated you. I didn't
You're
even
not even hearing what I'm
remember that
saying.
part.
You're not even hearing what I'm saying.
Yes, we heard you. We've
No,
been
you're not. You're
hearing
not
you.
understanding at all.
Oh my God, no! Because
You
you're
understand
not
You did say it
only
was
thing-
water, and it's not
You
wholly
do.
water.
You do.
Jesus Christ, lightest life! You are a salad shooter.
You're
You
fucking
are a damn
ridiculous, Call Me
salad
Bob. And what you're
shooter.
doing is you're spreading misinformation on things that are
No, the
science-based
fuck
facts.
I'm not.
It's
You
called
lying
phase
bag
locking.
of poo-poo.
Go look how photons even phase lock. What they require to phase lock.
Sister,
Go look up. Call Me
go
Bob.
look
What
at
does
the
what does
ingredients for
what
your
do
med. You're not
photons-
taking
Okay,
it
first of all,
up.
let's go into electromagnetic wavelengths. But you can start there. But what causes photons to actually phase lock? What causes it? Do you even know what causes a physical electromagnetic wavelength? Do you know everything starts from electromagnetic wavelengths? Even DNA and everything, it starts there. But let's figure this out. What is it? Right?
What are we figuring out?
What part of life does it actually start to become matter?
Oh, that's like the
Call me
new
Bob,
thing
I'm
right
waiting
now,
for-
right?
no,
that
I'm
like
waiting for an
it-
answer.
wasn't
Yes,
it
she
like
can-
Yale or
Call me
something that
Bob,
just
I'm
figured out
waiting
that
for
it was
an
like
answer really
waves?
fast. Allie, hold on. Let her
I
answer.
have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea. I have no idea. When does light become matter?
Yeah, no, seriously. Yeah, absolutely. So everything is electromagnetic wavelengths, right? So here's the point. Call me Bob. Answer my question.
I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, your question doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, because
That's
you
what
don't
we've been
fucking
trying to
understand
say.
it, and you want to sit here and call
Phase
me
locking
you're
has
just-
nothing to do with
Yes, it
anything we're
does.
talking about.
Like, it's
How?
like,
Well, how is it not?
Nothing. Nothing
How does
you
it not?
said is correct. You're
Define
just-
what phase
you're
locking
barely
is. How
even
does it
using
not?
words that are actually words. You don't know what they mean.
No,
You
I know
are
what
a
they mean.
salad
You can't
shooter.
even. No, see, I know what they mean.
Like,
You don't even know
Stop
what they
being
mean.
a salad shooter and actually learn some stuff.
From who?
All
You
three
wants
of
to even tell me
you.
that you don't even know
For
how
God's
matter is
sake, all
formed?
three of you, learn some stuff. It's not that hard. Real science
Is
is
that all
way
you did
more
was come up here to
interesting
yell
than
at me and try to
conspiracy.
make me
guys,
look like
guys, we really don't have to do this, guys.
disinformation?
Guys, we
Yeah,
really don't
because
have
you
to do
can't
this.
shut up with the disinformation.
Trust me, Greg likes it. It
No.
makes his numbers go up.
No, look.
I think it's hilarious though, because Greg, you and I have gone over this. Physically, everything is electromagnetism.
Yes,
and we've gone over a lot of this. Okay, well, Call Me Bob is fucking throwing stupid shit out there and trying to say disinformation when it's not.
No, she was actually just correcting you, and you got mad.
All this starts with tunneling, right? What is a 0 point of energy? How does a 0 point of energy even happen? How do you even create a cell?
that
You know,
makes
it's
sense.
a torus field, right? So all this shit has to become what? It only becomes matter when it phase locks, right? And then it becomes more dense in the lattices, whatever formation that takes, depending on the electrons that are in it, right? So all this shit is not nuance. It's fucking science.
I honestly, Light, you actually do a lot of reading on this stuff, and I don't even contend like with a lot of like what I don't, because I don't know. I don't have such subject matter expertise on this.
You can just look
and I
this
don't
up
know.
on your Google
I know,
Scholar.
but Light, like the thing is my frustration is that like we could have this conversation, and I could do the same thing that you're doing with me for like physics on light. I could do the same for like microbiology and viruses and stuff. And the problem is that there you think that my expertise doesn't mean anything, and these like gotcha questions like doesn't mean anything. But here, this is all you use, in order to lampoon, in gotcha questions. So like, I don't know the answers to your questions,
Well,
but
hold on.
I don't
This
know.
isn't I gotcha. I didn't come up here doing that. When Call Me Bob is wanting to say that I'm wrong, right? Then
Yeah,
needs to
she
physically
did
say
the
where
gotcha
I'm wrong.
thing. She did the gotcha thing. Yeah.
That was the whole bullshit. I never come up here and do the I gotcha moment.
But
We've had
she was
plenty of
right, because you did say
conversation.
that. Yeah, but she was right. Because you did say that that hydrogen was water, and it's not. Like,
I
you know what
didn't say
mean?
hydrogen was water. I said the way
No, you
the way
did.
it binds.
No, you
Hydrogen
actually did, but
and oxygen is
I
water.
registered it as like I knew what you meant.
We all heard you
but
say it.
yeah,
Hydrogen
it
and
wasn't like the
oxygen is
actual
clearly
words.
water,
No,
right?
like everybody in the comments will even point out to you, your questions don't make sense because you are mixing up a ton of concepts that you do not.
You are full of shit. I do
on the
understand them.
fundamental level.
I do understand them. I have done years
you
of
are
studying this.
demonstrating
yeah,
you
I think she
don't.
does understand
You don't
them. It's
even
just in the
realize that an
explaining, it can get
element is
mixed
the
up.
same thing as an
I
atom.
know what a fucking element is.
It's the same thing as an
No
atom.
shit, I just told you that. You have to have elements.
No,
to actually...
you didn't just
Oh
tell
my
me
God.
that. You said when you were using the word element and I used the word atom, you argued with me.
Girl,
because
listen,
you don't
I don't even
realize
think you can. I
that
don't even think you can
elements
track our
are
conversation.
atoms.
I don't even think you can track our conversation.
The periodic table of elements is a chart of atoms.
Yeah, I understand that. How do atoms even come to existence?
By having subatomic particles that
Yeah, and how
bond.
do subatomic particles become existence?
Yeah, but that's just a layer deeper.
That's
a whole
a
other question.
philosophical question.
Yeah, it's
that
a whole
It's not
other layer.
philosophical.
Yeah.
It's fucking proven.
Which is cool.
Is there any
I mean,
particle
technically, if
physicist
you want
on
to
there?
throw, if you want to throw philosophical or theoretical, everything is theoretical.
Like, I think this might be like
now, clearly,
Lawrence
you don't
Krauss.
understand how we use the word theoretical in science either.
Well, you believe in gravity. And
Like
that's a
you
theory.
demonstrate your lack of knowledge by
No,
what
it's
you
not lack of
say.
knowledge.
You demonstrate your confusion by what you say. You demonstrate that you are very deeply confused about some things
I'm not
that you
deeply
kind of
confused about
understand,
anything. You haven't even answered
and
any of my
some
questions.
things that you
You
don't.
just keep bringing
because you
back one
aren't
thing of the
asking a
element.
real question. You're
Bob,
asking me
Bob, let
like
me ask you a
what
question,
time
Bob.
on
I need to ask you a
Wednesday is
question.
blue.
Bob, do you think you will convince her otherwise?
No.
I'm sorry, what?
Do
No,
you
'cause
think
I
you'll
know too
convince her
much.
otherwink
What is she going to convince me of?
Okay, so then
No, I
don't,
think
why
that she
go
needs,
through all that?
no, it's not for her.
Okay, but why go
This
through
is
all
for
that?
us. We're tired of hearing the disinformation.
Okay,
We
but-
want to
but-
shout over
I
it.
think you're annoying people more than.
Yes, but
else.
you are annoying people with bullshit, and some of us are annoying people with facts.
Oh, you know, this is on
nobody
Google
is.
Scholar, Call Me Bob. You know, the same website y'all use for your facts. I started using it a long time ago so that everything that I
Babe,
brought up,
some
if I
of these
wanted
things
to,
are
I
things
would
we
have
learned
these
before
studies
there
for
was a
him.
Google.
Go look
Once
at
it's
the
involved,
facts.
it's hard.
Age.
Go look it up on Google Scholar. Go
I
look up
don't
one
need to
document
look
right
things
now
up
that
on
would be-
Google Scholar.
Jeez,
I
all
have
right. Well,
books on
hey,
electromagnetism
host,
from
you know what?
from
Maybe we continue this another time.
here in my house.
Thank you for
From
having me.
before
Don't-
fucking
listen,
Google.
Hold on.
Take
First,
care, guys.
I
don't
told you.
have a heart attack. Chill out.
I told you.
Goodness gracious.
Wait, who's leaving? Don't leave.
Do not disturb her. How's it going?
Girls.
Are you a physics expert? Are you to help us solve these questions? Do not disturb her. There you go.
The silence.
Well, hold on. I want to say this. I'm not mad, right? I'm just like vocalizing my opinion and raising my voice because Call Me Bob is saying that I have disinformation when I don't. And if Greg knew, like he understands, we've conversated a lot about this. He can pull it up on Google Scholar to contradict anything that I
But
have
when
to say.
are you going to apologize for using the R slur?
Hey, listen, I'm genuine. If you want me to apologize, I'll apologize for it.
We would like you
I'm
to
sorry.
apologize to the group for using the R slur, and please don't use it in here again. Do you think you could do that?
I apologize
That's a
for
nice
using
one.
the R slur word, and I will never use it again on this live.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lane. Thank you.
And it was nothing meant at anybody. It was just a generic statement.
What is it?
But I will say
isn't
that
a
I still
generic
apologize.
statement. It is never a generic statement.
Girl, where I grew up, it's a generic statement. Like, if you say
Yes, I
people-
appreciate that you probably grew up in the brutality of slinging insults like that, as many of us did.
Insults.
But we don't need
I'm kind
to
of
do
real with
that
myself.
now.
Like when I'm stupid, I say I'm stupid, right? When I've gained weight and I know I'm fat, I say I'm fat. Like, come on. Like I don't have a problem with accountability whatsoever.
Actually.
Well, I mean, come on.
If I'm being
Yeah,
an R slur,
I
I'm
think
gonna
that
be- I'm gonna be
I
an
think
R
that just her
slur.
misspeaking about something doesn't mean she's fully
That's not accountability. That's you
How do you
apologizing.
know you
like, I'm
see that in
sorry
per-
that made your feelings hurt. That's not a real apology. For God's sake, Light.
What isn't a real apology?
The way you just apologized and then excused your behavior.
I'm not excusing it. I'm just telling you,
You
that I don't.
totally did.
Here's the thing. I think we've all gotten so sensitive. Like we can't use any words that we would generically use back then. Now we have to like put all these things on them, saying we can't.
I have been
limited
told my
speech and everything
entire
else.
life not to call people that. It wasn't generic.
Well,
It's
are you
always
from my
been
area? No,
understood
we
to
have
be
different
rude
cultures.
and
We have different
inappropriate.
areas. We
In
we
my
conversate
entire
differently.
lifetime, we have known that word was rude and inappropriate to call people.
I'm not here.
Yeah,
weren't
but
supposed to call
Light is
people
also triggered because she knows facts and knows things, and people keep saying that her conclusion is disinformation. Everyone's
You don't
fucking
get to be
triggered and
triggered by
traumatized.
people
We've all
pointing
got
out that you don't know
PTSD.
stuff when you don't know it. You don't
But I
get to
do
be
know it.
triggered by that. You don't get to. No permission.
well,
to
I
be
know it.
triggered by
You
that.
cannot say my ass is fat.
Do not disturb. How's it going?
Hey, what's up?
What are your
These
thoughts?
girls are so funny.
Why do you think that people believe more and more conspiracies nowadays?
Oh, you want to know my thought?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because they're true.
Mm. Okay. How do you
I
know which
think
conspiracies
that
are
the
true?
more- Well, I don't think they're all true, but I think the more time has gone on, I think we've all found our own selves asking questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good question.
Yeah. What can you answer me
And-
like some questions real quick just to see like which ones like you believe in? Can you just give me like a simple yes or
But
no
I
question?
think that
Yes or no
everybody
answer.
finds their own answers to their own questions, and you know that.
Let's
I have a
see.
generic statement.
Let's see.
They've said that conspiracies are only true with time, and God, what was the other one? Oh, that you're only looked at as insane if you know information before everybody else.
Well, that's just pattern recognition, and a lot of people have that gift.
Okay.
A lot of people.
So just so that we have like established some ideas on scientific consensus, can you just give me a yes or no? Do not disturb her on these just real quick answers. Do you think that
Well, if
viruses
you're
cause?
asking me a scientific question and not a political question, I would be happy to. Thank you.
Okay. Do you think that germ theory is real? Do you think that viruses cause disease?
Of course, viruses are by nature viral.
Okay. Okay. Do you think that the moon landing happened?
I do.
Okay.
I know people don't like that.
Do you think that there's a flat Earth?
I don't think there's a flat Earth.
Okay.
Because I've studied a lot of this. I actually studied mapping and remote sensing and satellites in college, and I've seen it.
Nice. Do you think that?
But it's still a view of a view, right? But no matter what you look at, you're only looking at it in 1 or 2 dimensions, or 2 at most, maybe 3, if you're that far away.
Do you think that the age of the Earth is like 6,000 years old or 4 billion years old?
I don't give a fuck.
Okay. Do you think that gravity is real?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that evolution
In
is
all
real?
situations, but you can create gravity too, like Star Trek. Star Trek, like they just, they had a Dyson sphere. Like all those things create gravity. There's a lot of ways to create gravity.
Okay. Do you think that evolution is real?
Sometimes.
Do you think
I
that
see people act like assholes.
Do you think that dinosaurs existed?
I have to agree. I am beginning to agree with devolution.
Do you think that the dinosaurs existed?
So I need to tell you something.
Okay.
I worked at the Museum of Natural History
Okay.
for a long time.
Well, this would
Down
be
in
really
Denver.
embarrassing for you to get this one wrong then. do you think
I
that
know it would, right?
Yeah, do you think
But
that
I remember there was a guy working down there named Stephen Gould,
Uh-huh.
and he was creating all of the apparatus for the exhibit, and it was so incredible. And you know what he told me? He said, "I'm just making it up." He's like, I have little pieces. He's like, I have little pieces of bone, and I'm just like, we're kind of fucking making it up, because it was right about the time Jurassic Park came out, and they were like kind of meant to like go hand in hand. The big opening of the big dinosaur exhibit at the museum and Jurassic Park. But in reality, he was like, we really only have pieces of bones. Oh, and then I had to bring up an Egyptologist from that was Gold. I'm sorry, I was thinking about somebody else. That was Gold. The Egyptologist was Gold. And he's like, I'm like, what about this like 12 Monkeys thing? Because like 12 Monkeys was out. Remember when 12 Monkeys came out?
Yeah.
They're like, what about
But
that
you got
12
to meet
Monkeys?
Stephen Gould. He's really
I had
interesting.
so many questions, and I had to pick him up at the airport. And I asked him, and he's like, we're just fucking winging it. We don't know hieroglyphics.
There you go. Okay, so then do you think that humans are causing climate change?
Obviously. Look at
Okay.
China. They burn wood every year.
Okay, are vaccines safe and effective?
Obviously, yes.
Okay, I mean you're very then I think that you're okay then. I mean, what is what was the
No
whole
worries.
what was the coyness that you had before where it was like, oh, conspiracies might be real the more we learn about them then? What was that?
That's more financial, and I don't feel like talking about that.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean the billionaires, I mean that is the real enemy. I definitely feel that. So
But you have to know all these other things before you know anything, you know? You can't just be knowledgeable about like little things. You have to know all things and how they interact together, or you're never gonna know.
Sure, for sure.
That's kind of the
That's when
fascinating
sifting
thing.
was such a weird word because it's like, why are you sifting through the information? Like it actually all does connect to each other
I
at some point.
sift through everything at a grain level. And I love it. Like it's a passion for me. Like I actually really love it. And I'm good at it, but not everybody appreciates it, you know.
5 minute, how's it going? Thanks for coming back. What did you were coming in hot at the hot at the hot point. I don't know what you wanted to talk about, or what was your what was you want, whatever you want. You have the floor.
No, I came in and they were talking about black I'm sorry, off use la- labels,
Mhm.
and you're a researcher, not a doctor, and
Mhm.
how doctors,
A lot of doctors aren't researchers.
I guess doctors just kind of, I don't know. I was kind of confused on what his point was, because it's like, is your point that doctors basically that they don't consult each other when
Yes.
caring for patients, and
So
they don't
so
research?
so he was saying that
things?
basically like off-use label is kind of like an ad hoc scientific study, and I was saying that they're not. They're like scientific studies
Oh, yeah.
and randomized controlled trials and controls and positive and negative controls and analyses
He
and all
meant
that
like
kind of stuff.
ad hoc, like in the past. Ad hoc.
Ad hoc is like on like kind of like figuring it out on as you go.
Or
you know?
break point.
Yeah, it's nothing against physicians. Like I'm not trying to, like I'm not.
There's a lot of different terms for ad hoc, though. Like going back.
Oh, okay.
Looking at, like, there's a lot of ways
Okay.
to say that, you know.
Yeah, or winging it, or the creation process.
Okay, sure. They don't. I guess I was thinking about the scientific way of learning that, saying that, but my point is that like physicians, when you go to the doctor's office, like physicians aren't experimenting on you, like they are using medical science and the best like care for you on what they think is happening to you. They're not going and saying, "Hey, I don't know what this does, but let's try this out." You know, they're not, you know, because that would require controls.
They almost can't. Can I just say they like almost can't, because they have to see so many patients a day in order to meet a certain quota. It's like a factory line. They see humans like a factory line, so they don't even have the capacity to like, unless they can like, oh well, you know, my buddy over there, like maybe some can do that crap, but like for the most part they don't.
Thank you, Efon. Interesting for this. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, not a quota. I'm just using that
No,
as
I totally
it's like
agree with you. I think surgeons
you have to
take
meet a
way
certain amount of
too
patients a day, unless you're private practice, I guess.
Even then.
So, okay, but
Especially.
then are you referring to hospitalists?
Well, so consider the amount of
You
back
referring
surgery that happens.
to primary
Not all is necessary, and a lot of it's exploratory, and they do it for practice. They're not doing it because you need it. They're doing it because they can charge you for it, and they need the practice. Because, like, how fucking often do you get to operate on someone's back? You know?
Okay. No, there's a certain amount. You have to get through a certain amount in order to meet your salary. Like you can't just.
Girl, I'm from Colorado. You know what happened there if you know anything about back surgery.
Oh, sorry. I was just trying someone in the comments. I did that. Oh my god, I'm that person. Ugh. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. Back surgery sucks. Oh no.
Yes, I know. Like, so, like, I just like, I'm not saying don't do it, but like, just fuck, dude. Like, know your no. Even when you think you know your people, you don't know. You know.
So, Doctor, you asked a question when this set of people came up, and ouch. And I think it sort of had something to do with why people don't believe in science, or
Why do you think conspiracies spread like more so readily nowadays?
So
That's
my
not
answer
conspiracy.
to that is my answer to that is that social media and allowing people to create their own little page here, which they're the star, right? It's
Mhm.
their world. Basically, you come on, you talk about your beliefs. Somebody sees you, they follow you, you all share the same beliefs, and so on and so forth, until you have a very large echo chamber of people that are agreeing with each other. And depending on whether or not these people are, what's the word I'm looking for? Well, prone to searching for outside information or information that goes against their beliefs, if they're not willing to do so, then it's very easy to have your conspiracy theories, and it's very
I
easy.
gotta go talk about blockchain because, like, I can't fucking talk about this boring shit anymore. Good luck with your back surgeries.
No, she's right though. Those are the conspiracy theories that should be feared, are the ones that like our algorithm will create echo chambers. But also, it's like a good thing to connect to people that are like-minded. But also, we need to diversify. We need to debate. We need to, talk to people that have differing opinions and backgrounds and education and stuff like that. It's okay, babies. That's the danger of conspiracy theories. Yeah. Like,
well, it's not just conspiracy theories though that cause danger, you know.
right.
We
Yeah.
have a lot
Fully.
of
Yeah. Like political violence. We've seen an uprise in that. Yeah. There's a lot of danger, and yeah. Yeah. But like, I don't know what else to say. Like, I guess what it'll do is just like expose them, you know?
Okay. So as I was going to say, it's not about the conspiracy theories. I mean, we've had conspiracy theories for a very, very long time. That is what it is. But when the echo chambers start to change people's outlook on medicine, on research, when it starts to change the ethical and moral foundations upon which these fields are built, that's a problem. That's an issue. When
Fully.
you're just willing to, oh, I'm going to use the vaccination thing, so sorry. When you are just willing to believe that people should not vaccinate their children, and you're not thinking about the ethical and the moral concerns that come along with such things. Like if you look at tetanus, mumps, measles, I mean, those are things that were basically eradicated, right? And now we got measles outbreaks in 2025, almost 2026, because people are refusing. They're refusing to go outside of their own thought process, right? And then outside of that of the group to actually research. And I don't mean like Google. I mean like, go find the book. Go find the paper, reach out and touch somebody. Pick up the phone and call the guy that's on the paper that, you're quoting and probably quoting wrong. I think the lack of communication, which is so incredibly weird, right? Because this little machine we're all holding allows us to communicate with people all over the world. And it translates, it talks to you, it even sings to you. I mean, it does all of these magical things. And yet, people don't want to press the call button because it's stressful. I'm confounded by that. People don't want to pick up you know, the phone or Google and find where these studies were done and speak to the people that did them. It's
Yeah.
just, oh, so and so brought in a piece of information. It's on my link tree. Okay, well, great for your link tree, but did you read it? Did you look up the people that are on the study? Did you? Because like if you're at a university, right, and you're a professor or a fellow, have a fellowship at a university, or you're even a student, I mean, the likelihood of somebody being able to track you down and say, "Hey, what's up with your paper?" Not that hard. It's just it's not.
Yeah.
So I don't. I find as a patient and as somebody who lives with the world's largest hereditary illness, I, I personally find the collapse in the ethical and the moral standards of both our, well, not, well, all three groups, our researchers, our physicians, and then our would-be patients. I find that to be very, very scary. And then the people that are supposed to police you, right? They're either non-existent, because where's the CDC? What happened? They are either non-existent or they're bowing to the almighty dollar. And, they're looking towards the networks and the insurance companies to tell them what it is they can and cannot do for patients. And that's horrible.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of fear being thrown around and not a lot of correct fear response. And I think you have a really good fear response. Whatever it is you're doing, I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Well, 5 minute. Thank you for so much. I think we're gonna give you the last. Did you have anything else you wanted to say? Because I think we're gonna end it with you. I know you're waiting for a long time to join.
No, I mean, in all honesty, I come here and I listen and I support your show and all that.
Thank you.
But I can't lie, your show scares me. Your show scares me.
How so?
The people that like to come in and debate with you, it's like, if this is where we're going,
Yeah.
and these are people who might actually be in research, might actually be in medicine, or heaven forbid, educators.
Government officials, politicians, literally all of them. Yeah, it's very scary. I turned to TikTok a lot for people that would debate because it would like soften my heart. I just liked seeing, because we live in like a man-run world, or like from the perspective of, I guess like popularity, I guess, but like it's very comforting to hear men debate, right? For what's right. Because it's hard being a woman. It actually is, and I didn't realize that for a long time.
I'll give you that. I just think that I think we all can gain from putting down the phone and actually talking to the people who are putting out these papers and who are doing these research studies, and find out where their heads really are. Because had I not done that, I would have never known that the 5 characteristics of a drug seeker was not actually originated by our hospital system, by our medical system. The DEA did that. way back in like 91 or 93. And it took the medical system 30 years to buy into it. But the DEA created the characteristics of seeking. The DEA taught our physicians and our nurses how to spot somebody who's doing that. Like, what the hell does the DEA have to do with what's going on in the ER? Or for that matter, upstairs when a patient has been admitted. You know what I'm saying? But had I not actually read the paperwork and then looked at the people who came up with it and then went and spoke with them, I never would have known that. I never would have found that out. And so I just think a lot of us need to, rather than be in our echo chambers, I think we need to talk to people that don't agree with us. I think we need to talk to the people that we're quoting. And I think that people need to stop thinking of self. So
Yeah, that's what I like about the debate kind of culture. Is like it'll bring in people that think differently from you, but it's also kind of a catch-22 where like the whole point of that is to prove your own point. So like I'm always trying to find wherever I land, in the debate area, because I like the diverse thinking. I try to find my own line of thinking where it can be in between, like where it can, like, how can it be more conversational and productive and, building instead of this, like, I'm right thing, like I'm right, you're wrong thing. But it's a good culture in the way that it brings people together that think differently.
Yeah, I agree. I think it has to
pretty
be.
much all I got. Just be nicer to people and have your beliefs, but your ethical and moral compass, that's the thing that roots you, and that's the thing that helps you to treat other people however you're going to treat them. I don't know if help's the right word, but it's late here.
Yeah, it's like, don't always just vote for yourself. Vote for
Yeah.
those around you.
Sure.
To treat other people,
Well,
differently, and hopefully that's kinder. That's
exactly.
all.
Awesome. Well, thank you, 5 Minute. Appreciate you always
Thank
coming
you.
up. Thank you, Light. Is it Allie?
Yeah, it's Allie.
Allie, awesome. Thank you so much for coming up, Allie. Appreciate you guys. All right, gonna have a good one. All right, everyone. Awesome. Well, that turned into an unexpected panel. I was not expecting that. We are all geo-gustered up. And all right. Well, shout outs real quick, and then we're gonna go to bed. Thank you to all the super fans and the Patreons. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, Brian F., Helen, Mrs. Dr. G, Russell Bowden from YouTube, Ado, Call Me Ness, Rapture, MB Human, Meg, Dave M. Thank you so much to the top gifters for the stream in our existence, guys. Kathleen, Aeronautical, Sheepadoodle, Ragmayan, Marliston, Efon, The Miller 2024, Susie M. Vecchio, and Allie. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you all. Thank you to the top gifters of the night. It's Mackenzie, Kathleen, 5 Minute, and thank you to all the tappers, either 1, 100, 1,000, or 10,000, like MCP and Charity, and It's Mackenzie and Bear. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in. I hope, I am not going to be streaming tomorrow night. I actually have a consulting thing. I got to go. I got to go basically do a video call with someone in Germany. So I got to be up at 5 a.m. So I got to be up at 5 a.m. So since I have to be up at 5 a.m., I can't really stream. I don't know. Maybe I'll do a just short stream. I don't know. We'll have to see. Wait, what did we get? Sarah, what did Sarah do? I got my COVID and flu shot last Thursday. Haven't seen you since. Sarah, we're going back. This is the second time. Second time. All right, here we go. You're awesome. Good job. Here we go. Boom. All right, guys. 1182. 1182. All right, let's give it up. In 3, 2, 1. Yes. Yes. Good job, Sarah. Sarah, the other unicorn, good job. And we're out, guys. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you all so much. Thanks for tuning in. Maybe a short stream tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. It might be maybe safe. We're gonna safe it up, guys. Safe it up. Hope you guys have a good day tomorrow. Sleep well. Eat well. Stay hydrated. Exercise. Go on a good walk. Just go on a good walk, you know? Just walk around the block. It's a good way. You know what I mean? All right. Peace. Listen to good music. That's a good one. Exactly, Skog. Exactly. Peace, guys. Bye. YouTube. I love you guys. Thank you, YouTube. Love you guys. Peace. Bye.